Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to day one of His Highness the Amir's Sword Festival. 3 fantastic days of racing and plenty more going on outside of the racing coming your way over the next 3 days. And today hosts the Sand Championships at the iconic Al Rayyan racecourse. Abdul Rahman and Mark Lewis are alongside me. Looking forward to all the action today and through till Saturday. Mark, as I say, welcome along. There's going to be lots of great racing for you. And also, we're going to put on a little bit of a show.
26 races, by the way, between now and the end of the weekend. So that is very exciting for me. 26 between now and Saturday, which will be the big climax with the 2 major races at the end of the afternoon. But you mentioned the entertainment. There's loads that's happening. I think I might go take a walk down there myself, in fact. There's a jumping castle that I probably fit size-wise in. There's a jumping castle. There's a food court. There's stuff for the family, entertainment as well. So it's not just about what's going to happen on the track. There is so much here for everyone outside of the track as well.
Yeah, if we can turn our attention to the racing itself as well. Mark mentions those 2 feature races, which the draw took place for yesterday evening. They are His Highness the Amir Sword and His Highness the Amir Trophy. And that feels a truly international race day on Saturday. And indeed, some of the best jockeys throughout the world descending on this racecourse over the next 3 days.
Exactly. Tom, Mark, welcome to Qatar. We are happy to have you here, guys, in this lovely day. And this amazing racing. We are talking about the best and the strongest racing in the world. His Highness Sheikh Amir Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. It's one of the best racing. As Mark said, it's not about the track. And also, there is many things happening outside of the track. We have coffees, restaurant, festivals for the kids, families they can enjoy. And today we're gonna have a good start as the first day, Mark.
Yeah, listen, I think that there's so much here going on for everyone, as you say, for families, for racegoers, for racing fans alike. But I guess you spent time in Qatar as a whole. You know, it is a great place to come and see sports such as racing.
I think it's the love for horses in this part of the world that I've been blown away by. And I think whether you are doing show jumping, whether it is beauty horses or this now on the track for racing, I feel that it's the love that I find in this region for horses, for purebreds, for Arabian horses. The love that I've seen towards the actual horse itself is as high as I've ever seen around the world. So for me, it's this region, the love for horse in particular, and horse sport is absolutely superb, Tom.
And the history of the horse, particularly the purebred Arabian here, Abdul. We have the Al Sabiq racing, which will take place in between the races for the purebred Arabians and the thoroughbreds today, where the rider, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, signifies they're ready by raising their Al Gutra, which is the headwear that you wear. That's hugely traditional to racing.
Yeah, true, Tom. Actually, Sabiq, it's one of the traditional racing happening here in Qatar, and long time ago, this is how our parents, grandparents, they raced together with Gutra, with normal and normal things. But today, mashallah, everything developed. They have the helmet, but we never forgot the one of the best thing in this racing, Sabiq, Gutra. It's our traditional thing, as you see now I'm wearing. Inshallah, later on, we're gonna finish, inshallah, the Amiri race. We're gonna let you try it. I hope you will like it.
I wanted to know if we can try it, if it's disrespectful or not, because I've always
loved
amazing,
it. Man. It's
I've
amazing.
always loved it, but I've always been so scared that it might be seen as disrespectful, because I love the look. I always have. I think it's a very, very classy
and actually, now our Gutra, it's becoming more famous than before, especially after the World Cup, Tom and Mark, because everyone wants to try. For example, if I go to UK, to USA, France, I would love to try their traditional food, the clothes and everything. And trust me, now in this version of His Highness Amir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, trust me, everything gets reflecting to our tradition. As you see, the blue color and the blue signature under our table here, this is the shal. We wear it. Inshallah, I'm going to wear it later on when the weather becoming cold a little bit. So everything, all the small things, the details you see it's reflect to our tradition. Even the design of the houses, the VIP lounge and everything. So basically, it's reflecting to our traditional thing.
And am I right that that's how the race starts? Those match races,
True,
that is where the
and all of them, they are young riders. So you're gonna see the vibes from young Qatari people who have a passion to put their special touch in this Amiri sword.
Tell me, is it a starting point for the young riders out here? Do some of those riders who compete in those races then go on to be fully fledged jockeys?
Exactly, and the start will be there until the end. It's like you know, it's nice to see because, as you know, Martin and Mark, we will have, I believe, more than 30 people. They are participating in this big day, and it's good to show them our Sabag racing because it's going to be the break between each one, you know.
So as far as our roles throughout the afternoon, Abdul, who thankfully is fluent in English, which is hugely helpful.
Thank you, man. Thank
you will be providing the Arabic commentary in between the races as well. Mark, you're going to be pretty busy showing us what's going on in and around the track and catching up with some of the sponsors who are so important for all the races out.
I have my comfortable shoes on. I will be hitting the track as such myself.
You'll be hitting some steps on the
wall. Yeah, how many steps, by the way, you're going to reach, inshallah, today?
I think at least 10,000 by the end of just this afternoon.
That's a challenge.
I already wear the same shoes, so inshallah we're gonna be together in the field, and I believe we're gonna enjoy the steps while we are walking and doing the interviews with the participants.
I have no doubt. I also love what you said as well about the interweaving of the heritage as well for me, Tom. That's so important to come out here and you know, we talk about clothing, we talk about culture, but we talk about how all of this comes together as well, that it's so modern here in this part of the world, but it's that incorporation of those old traditions that stay that to me makes this really, really special as well. So we will come out, we will take a look, we will walk around, we will talk and speak to everybody that we can to try and get as many opinions, as many thoughts as possible, and hopefully enjoy not just one fantastic day, but 3 fantastic days of racing.
Yeah, well, we've enjoyed sitting down while we can. We'll be out and about from here on in. And time we met another member of the team, and that is your commentator today, Mark Johnson.
Thanks very much indeed, Tom, and a very good afternoon, everyone, whether you're here at Al Rayyan Racecourse in the state of Doha or you're watching on the international feed. Perfect racing conditions for just the second running of the Sand Championship. 7 races, as the guys were saying, down on the paddock lawn, and we've got 3 returning past champions in some of our feature races a little later on the card. A slight tailwind as they come through the final 400 metres or final quarter of a mile in the home straight, and a high today of around about 65 degrees, so very pleasant conditions here indeed. In our first race, we have just received news of one scratch. That is the 8 Al Moez has been scratched out of that race on veterinary grounds. As it was a late scratch, the 2 reserves do not draw into the field, so we'll also scratch the 15 and 16 out of that race, which means now we will have a field of 13 going postward for our opening race. There are no further scratches so far on the remainder of today's 7-race card. So lots to look forward to on day 1 of His Highness the Amir's Sword Championship meeting. And today is Sand Championship Day. Wherever you are in the racing world, hope you enjoy. And so as we move on towards post time for our first race, which is coming up in around about 13 minutes' time, time to take a look now at the runners for the Premium Maiden Cup for local purebred Arabians run on the dirt over 1,700 metres or a mile and a 16th. We have a field of 13 now going posted for this race, confirming the scratch there of horse number 8, Al Moez. Al Moez has scratched, and that is on veterinary grounds. We also will not need the 2 reserves, as that was a late scratch, so we scratched the 15 Al Tayeb and also the 16 Rizalad. The other runners and riders scrolling through on your screens. The horses are now in the pre-parade ring, and very shortly they'll be making their way down to the paddock. We now have 14 minutes to post.
So the horses are in the saddling area. They'll be coming into the paddock soon enough. Beautiful day at Al Rayyan Racecourse. I think the temperature is absolutely perfect for racing. There's a little bit of a wind that is behind them in the straight. But of course, going down the back, then it'll be into them. So I don't think that'll make a huge amount of difference to where you want to be placed in the field. I might just ask Abdul Rahman, with his expertise on the sand track here, how important is the draw for these horses, the stall they come out of? Is it a case that a low draw tends to mean the horse can get to the front of the field and they stay there and it's hard to come from off the speed, or not necessarily?
Tom, actually it's not that easy. It's need a strong, faster horses, and I believe all the trainers who work hard for this moment, they have the great and the best experience to let the jockey do his plan. Sometimes in the beginning they start very strong. Sometimes it depends about, but the sand always is difficult. It's not that easy because you are talking about 1,700 meters and sand. It's not the grass. I believe it's going to be very difficult.
It requires the dirt surface, but really wherever you are in the world, it requires a horse who's tough, particularly if they are off the pace a little and they have some sand kick back at them. To run through that,
True.
You tend to need a pretty tough horse. They are just making their way into the paddock, these runners. A nice full field, bar that scratching that Mark brought you earlier on.
And
which
trust
is horse
me,
number 8.
Tom, you will gonna see the most beautiful horses today, and with the jockey and with the trainer, the magic will complete inshallah after they finish 1,700 meters, which is not that easy.
Okay, so Abdul Rahman and I will run you through these horses in English and then in Arabic. This is horse number 1 for race 1. It is Amir, and Abdul Kabir Ben Labi will ride this horse, trained by Mohammed Al Sulaiti.
إذن سادة الحضور، ومع الشوط الأول مسافة 1700 متر رملي مع أول الجياد المشاركة عمور المدرب المالك السادة مربط شرق المدرب محمد بن عبد الله السليطي، وكذلك الخيال عبد الكبير بن العربي.
Horse number 2 has plenty of experience on this surface. The Didan, rated 71 for Jefferson Smith and trainer Ahmed Kobesi.
ومع الجواد الثاني ديدان المالك السيد سعيد بن مبارك سعيد الجفال النعيمي المدرب أحمد قبيسي، وكذلك الخيال جيفرسون سميث.
Here is horse number 3. Got the front leg guards on. A sizable horse this, son of H. Al Maman Monlau, and Saleh Salem Al Mari rides for trainer Fahad bin Mubarak Al Groun.
والآن مع الجواد الثالث كايد الصواهل المالك السادة مربط الإجهام المدرب فهد بن مبارك القرون، والخيال صالح سالم المري.
4 is Muhanmak, who has good surface form, very good recent form as well, and top Qatari rider out here, Faleh Boughanaim, rides for Aweda Salem Al Hadri.
والآن مع الجواد الرابع منهمك المالك السيد ناصر عويضة سالم الهاجري المدرب عويضة سالم الهاجري، والخيال فالح بوغنيم.
A nice horse in the flesh is Munhamik. Really like the look of that. Horse number 5 is Samran for Giuseppe Coltraro, a 6-year-old son of Al Bahar, trained by Abdul Rahman Abdul Wahed.
والآن مع الجواد الخامس سمران المالك السادة مربط المقدام المدرب عبد الرحمن عبد الواحد، والخيال جوسبي كولتارو.
So a reminder that this race is for the locally bred purebred Arabians, and between them they might not have a huge amount of experience, generally younger horses here, and that's certainly true of Orak Al Naif, who's had just 1 go so far, and Stefan Lajaj takes the ride.
ومع الجواد السادس أوراق النايف المالك السادة النايف ريسينج المدرب يوسف بن الطاهر مهاود، وكذلك الخيال ستيفان.
Horse number 7 will pick up, he's just in front of us now actually. He's got the cheek pieces on, 2 handlers, and that's Sugar Al Shahania under Arnold du Lepin, who was on this surface last time off the back of 2 runs on the grass.
ومع الجواد السابع شجر شحانية المالك السادة أبناء سالم فدغم عامر الهاجري المدرب خليفة بن حمد بن ناصر الصواعي، وكذلك الخيال أرنو.
Number 9 is looking to continue the excellent season for Wathnan Racing and Alban the Mule. And lines up does Fati under Carlos Enrique.
ومع الجواد الثامن المعز المالك السادة مربط الهدفة المدرب بدر البلوشي والخيال البرتو.
And we'll come to a beautifully white son of burning sand up next. Again, beautifully turned out, this horse. There will be a Best Turned Out award for all of our races today. Red-hooded this horse, that will come off, and that's Galab Al-Shahania, who was a little unlucky last time on the turf, lining up under Lucas Toulousier, and a first run on the dirt.
وعندنا الجواد التاسع فتحي المالك السادة وذان ريسنج المدرب ألبان ديميول وكذلك الخيال كارلوس، وأيضا عندنا الجواد العاشر غالب الشحانية المدرب رودي أندري المالك سمو الشيخ محمد بن خليفة بن حمد آل ثاني والخيال لوكاس.
There's 11 with the yellow bridle and the white headgear, Khaled Al-Shania under Ivan Rossi for Ahmed Kobesi.
ومع الجواد الحادي عشر خالد الشحانية المالك السيد ناصر محمد كاظم الأنصاري والمدرب أحمد غبيسي والخيال إيفان روسي.
Riders are up by and large, and the runners making their way out onto the track. Nice big field as we have throughout the day here. 14 in just about all the races. SK Doctor is number 13. Maxime Guillon rides. This horse is drawn in 14, probably not ideal for Jassim Hamad Al Attiyah.
ومع الجواد الثالث عشر SK دكتور المالك السادة مربط السيج المدرب جاسم حمد العطية والخيال مكسيم غوين.
And horse number 14 completes the line. She's interesting, this daughter of Thunderstruck for Soufiane Sadi and Alban de Mule. Just a third start. She really improved from first to second start on the dirt.
ومع الجواد الرابع عشر ضحى المالك السادة ودنان ريسنج المدرب ألبان دميول والخيال سفيان سعدي.
So there they are on their way out onto the track. As I say, limited experience between much of the runners today. These purebred Arabians in this field are pretty young for these 5- and 6-year-olds. That in purebred Arabian terms is pretty young. They tend to really achieve their best when they get a little bit older. That in comparison to the thoroughbred horses who tend to reach their peak a little bit earlier. Incidentally, we have a race on the card today for 3-year-olds only as far as the thoroughbred goes. The first 4 races today are for the lesser experienced of the runners, and then we get into the final Class 2 contests for the Sand Championships, which are for the more established runners here. They all seem to be behaving, Abdulrahman, at this stage.
Exactly, Martin. And I believe today it's like the start. All the horses like come down. They are relaxing before the start, the kick off. And I believe like everyone is like stressed because this is the first. We are talking about the first racing for today, and this is how you start with relaxing. It should be.
We just saw a shot there of Alban de Mule, who's a leading trainer out here for Wathnan Racing. Wathnan Racing have really established themselves as a leading player out here. Their firepower, their horse firepower is to be really respected, and we'll see that over the next 3 days, Abdulrahman.
I believe Martin, Wathnan Racing, they put their special touch in all racing. They are coming with the strong horses, and with Demiol, one of the best trainer like horses here. We have it in Qatar and the world, and Wathnan Racing, they will gonna do something today, I believe so.
Okay, race number 1 then. First of a few over 1,700 meters, and we're approaching post time, just over 5 minutes or so away from the start of race number 1. Mark, all yours.
Tom, thank you. The runners then making their way back to the starting point. The dirt track here at Al Rayyan is 1,600 meters round, and therefore they will be starting by the 100-meter pole in the home straight, so a comparatively short run to the first turn. And as was mentioned earlier on, in the 1,700-meter dirt races here, early pace is often very important. And as the horses finish their warm-up, about to make their way back to the starting gate, we'll take a look at one or two of the major players in this race. At the back of that shot with the white and blue colours is number 12, Muqtarib, ridden by Jim Crowley. Muqtarib should give Jim a really good spin here, trained by Julian Smart. Interesting that the connections of Ghalib Al-Shahania have employed the red prelims hood just to keep this son of burning sand nice and quiet in the prelims. And Ghalib Al-Shahania is not only an outstandingly good-looking, almost white purebred Arabian, but is also one of the more likely winners of this particular race. Ghalib Al-Shahania on the top side, very much bred for the sand game, racing on dirt, son of the brilliant and very, very fast burning sand. He's just going into shot. There he is, in the blue with the white stars. Ridden by Lucas Delozier, who's had a really good start to the first half of the Qatar season. He's at the moment one behind Sufyan Sadi as we begin this very important 3 days of racing here. Jockeys Championship sees Sufyan Sadi currently on 33 winners, Lucas Delozier on 32, Stepan Merzier on 28, and Alberto Sanna on 27 winners. But this should be a very good chance for Lucas Delozier to draw level in the championships. That's number 9, that is Fatih. Carlos Enrique riding for Alban de Merle. Alban currently second in the trainers' standings. 37 winners for Alban this season. 5 behind Hamad Al-Jahani as we move into these 3 big days. Fatih, another horse who has to have a great chance here. One of the unexposed runners in this race. The sire Tabarak, winner of the 2013 His Highness the Amir Sword, and was also trained by Alban de Merle. The one who's just causing a few problems, having attack adjustment, is number 3, Qaid Al-Sawahil, as we take a look at the filly in the field. The only filly, that is Duha. Duha with Sufyan Sadi in the first colours of Wathnan Racing. Duha, one of the only filly, although there are a couple of mares as well, older dissaffers in this race. Duha has the credentials to win a race like this on what she's achieved so far. And once again, her breeding suggests that she could well be one of the more effective horses on this surface. A reoccurring theme as we go through today's racing is that a lot of the horses who come here with the highest ratings on paper have achieved that form and that standard on the green stuff, on turf, and not on the dirt. So with Duha, you have a horse who already has solidity of dirt form. Both her runs so far have come at the other track here in Qatar, at Al Uqda, finished 6th on her debut in December in a local 3-year-old Arabian race. Then last time out, really stepped up hugely on that one, finishing 2nd in a local purebred Arabian, beaten only a length and a half in that race. That looks as though that's pretty strong form. And Fatih, who we looked at earlier on, her stablemate, finished just behind her in that particular contest. That is SK Doctor with Maxine Guillon. Maxine, who's got a tremendous book of rides throughout the 3 days of this particular festival. He rides here for Jazim Al Attaya on SK Doctor, who's got to overcome a really bad draw here, drawn on the widest of the starting gate. 6 times SK Doctor has run so far. Maxine Guillon getting aboard him for the first time, and it's a lot of firsts for SK Doctor. He's running on dirt for the first time, and he's trying 1,700 metres for the first time today. Ghalib Al-Shahania has gone in, the almost white horse. Now with the red prelims hood taken off, he's handled the prelims very well indeed. SK Doctor has the blindfold on for stalls entry. Amir is the other one who has yet to go in, and these were the last two, together with the mare, QREC Al Naif, in the all gold. QREC Al Naif is in, last one moving forward. SK Doctor is the last one to go in. Into stall 14 on the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. And very slow to begin and very awkward was QREC Al Naif. They have 1,700 metres ahead of them, and it was Muqtarib who claimed the early lead with Duha on the outside. SK Doctor from a wide draw is also right up there, and so too is Munhamik up against the inside rail. Munhamik now being taken on by the filly Duha around that one's outside. Muqtarib is racing in third position. Then Hadidan, the green blinkers, around the outside of Khaled Al Shahania. Next in the field and a little bit wide is SK Doctor, who is shuffled back with Galeb Al Shahania as they make the run into the back stretch. Sugar Al Shahania is next in the field with Fatih towards the wide outside. Widest of all is Samran, who blew the turn. Working back towards the inside is Kayed Al Sohahil, and outrun at the back of the field is QREC Al Naif. They're racing on inside the final 900 metres, and towards the outside it is SK Doctor from his wide draw. Maxine Guillon looking to get further and further in towards the rail. It's Duha who holds the position up against the fence, racing in second place. Into third goes Galeb Al Shahania, and then in fourth on the inside, the hard-pulling early Munhamik. Then being ridden along is Khaled Al Shahania, and around the outside is Muqtarib as they begin to make the run back towards the final 400 metres. And it is SK Doctor and Maxine Guillon. They've got a break of 2 over Galeb Al Shahania and Lucas Dolozier in second. Switching out wide is Munhamik in third and staying on. Muqtarib is in fourth position. They've got 200 to go on the wide outside. It is now Galeb Al Shahania even wider. Here comes a Munhamik and Fala Bugenheim. They've got less than 100 to go. Near side is Munhamik. On the far side, Galeb Al Shahania, and it will be Munhamik who wins. Fatih through down the outside. Galeb Al Shahania hung tough to the inner, and back in fourth, SK Doctor. Unofficial winner of race 1 is number 4, Munhamik, who pulled very, very hard in the early stages. But Fala Bugenheim, most successful of the local Qatari jockeys over the last 10 years, has steered home this son of Marid Al Sara to victory, having broken from stall 2. Pulled very hard, lit up against the inside rail, but in the end has managed to outbattle Galeb Al Shahania and then repel the very late thruster Fatih down the wide outside to record a first career success at the 6th time of asking. He was third in 2 of his first 4 starts last season, over course and distance in maiden races, on his seasonal reappearance in December, and that was off an 8-month break. He'd finished third in a race called the End of Year Cup, a graduation plate for local Arabians over at Al Uqda. That was over 1,300. It looked for much of the race as though he was pulling so hard he wouldn't possibly get home over 1,700 today, but he's been given a very good ride by Fala Bugenheim. Stuck to the inside early, but then swung wide into the home straight to record the first success of the weekend. Unofficial winner, number 4, is Munhamik.
And the winning rider is just alongside me. Just going to get the horse with the groom, Munhamik, and then see exactly what he thought of that. We'll take a little walk in front of the stands. A huge congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. I'm very happy for the trainer and owner. The horse, we know he have a level 2 in 1 maiden. We prepare him for this race. And he do good, have good draw. I follow good horses. And when I ask him, he give me good turn of foot, and he do it.
Were you happy in the early part of the race? He wasn't over racing, he wasn't too keen for you?
For me, he start too keen. I try to have him in the cover, and when he stay in the cover, he he listen what I want from him, and he do a good race.
And Fala, tell me what it's like to ride the winner on the first day here of the His Highness the Amir Sword Festival.
Yeah, everyone want to win first race here and keep going all the 3 days today.
Hopefully the first of many for you, Fala. Well done.
Thank you very much.
إذا السادة الحضور نبارك لمنهمك المالك السيد ناصر عويضة سالم الهاجري والمدرب عويضة سالم الهاجري والخيال فالح بغنيم. هذا الانتصار في مسافة 1700 متر رملي وهو الشوط الأول. كأس الخيل العربية الأصيلة إنتاج محلي المبتدئ المتميزة في هذا المهرجان. ألف مبروك يا بغنيم.
Our first winner then of day one of the 3-day festival, ladies and gentlemen, Munhamik.
ممكن الحصان كانت نقصته ركضه قبل الشوط هذه وركض في فئه اعلى من هذه، جاء ثالث. اليوم يعني على الاوراق لازم تحطه من المرشحين، وقدر اليوم انه ياخذ الشوط الحمد لله.
فالح شعورك مع هذه النسخه ال25 من مهرجان سيف سيدي صاحب السمو امير بلاد المفدى بمشاركه خارجيه وكذلك محليه؟
والله صراحه احنا من بدايه الموسم نشتغل حق هذا اليوم، كلنا يطمح انه يفوز في شوط من ذي الاشواط. صراحه احنا نطمع انه نفوز في كذا شوط، وان شاء الله مجتهدين والجاي ان شاء الله احسن.
شكرا، يلا الف مبروك.
شكرا.
ناموس ان شاء الله دائما. نبارك المالك السيد ناصر عويضه سالم الهاجري والمدرب عويضه سالم الهاجري، ونبارك للخيال فالح بغنيم هذا الانتصار الاول في اولى اشواط مهرجان سيف سيدي صاحب السمو امير البلاد المفدى.
Here is the result of race 1, the Premium Maiden Cup for local purebred Arabians over 1,700 metres on the dirt. First, number 4, Munhamik, ridden to victory by Fala Buchenheim. Second, number 9, Fatih. Third, number 10, Galeb Al-Shahania. Fourth was number 13, SK Doctor. And fifth, number 12, Mukhtarib. 4, 9, 10 and 13 were the numbers. The run time, 2 minutes 0.05 seconds. 20.05. Race 1 is now official.
Well, we'll commence with the presentation soon enough, but just to take you through these closing stages, it was a really strong run down the outside from Munhamik. He was in a good position. You could just see in the white hat in behind to switch out and challenge. We talked about how it might not be easy to come from right off the speed. Some did try, but Munhamik, for all he was keen early in the race, he did settle into a nice position just behind those leaders, and Fala Buchenheim, with his excellent experience out here of the track, just switching out at the right point. He allowed his horse to get one clear run at the finishing line, and ultimately a good draw, and just about the most talented horse in the race, based upon the 3 runs so far, has borne fruit for this horse. Munhamik is a 6-year-old, and connections will be delighted at the prize here, $100,000 for each race. And a top prize is $57,000 US dollars to the winner. And that's our drone following them up the straight. And you can see, for all he was being closed at the finish, it wasn't quite enough from Fatih. And the winner, Munhamik, came out on top. Okay, so who's presenting?
انطلاقة الكأس الأول للجياد العربية الأصيلة بصدارة كيد الصواهل ووصافة مقترب في الترتيب الثالث. نشاهد من الجهة الداخلية تحرك للجواد كيد الصواهل، ومن الجهة الخارجية خالد الشحنية للأنصاري، وفي الترتيب الرابع ديدان، وفي الترتيب الخامس الجواد اسكي دكتور. الجياد بشكل كتلة بصدارة الكاب الأحمر ضحى سدى وذنان ريسينج وسفيان سعدي، ووصافة ديدان سعيد مبارك النعيمي وجيفرسون سميث، وفي الترتيب الثالث مقترب خليفة بن إشعيل الكواري وجيم كراولي، وفي الترتيب الرابع هناك الجواد منهمك ناصر عويض الهجري وفالح بوغنيم بشكل جميل. في الترتيب الخامس غالب الشحنية ملك سمو الشيخ محمد بن خليفة بن حمد الثاني ولوكاس دولوزي اسكي دكتور. من الجهة الخارجية في الترتيب السادس مربط السيج والفارس ماكسيم جيون إلى المنعطف ما قبل الأخير. تحركات وإعازات غالب الشحنية لا يزال في وضع اليد، إعازات مبكرة لضحى وإسكي دكتور في القيادة. مربط السيج وماكسيم جيون 400 متر لخط النهاية. غالب الشحنية يتحرك والقادم منهمك من الجهة الخارجية ناصر عويضة سالم الهجري، وتحرك لغالب الشحانية من وسط الجياد أم دكتور ملك السيج ومنهمك لا يزال منهمك ناصر عويضة الهجري وغالب الشحانية. غالب أم منهمك؟ منهمك بطل هذا الشوط ملك ناصر عويضة الهجري والقطري فالح.
So time for the presentation for race number 1, the premium Maiden Cup for the locally bred, purebred Arabians. We've seen the finish and we've heard from the winning rider already. We'll see him shortly. Making the presentation is Abdullah Al-Kubaisi from the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club. And first of all, to the winning jockey, please welcome Falah Bouganem. Well done to Falah. His excellent season continuing. Now the winning trainer, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Aweda Salim Al-Hadri. Well done to Aweda. And now we welcome the winning owner to the stage, Mr. Nasser Aweda Salim Al-Hadri. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone can come together for one last group shot of the winners of our opening race on this Thursday afternoon. The winning connections, an excellent winner too, of Muhanamik.
إذن السادة الحضور نبارك للمالك السيد ناصر عويضة سالم الهاجري هذا الإنجاز في أولى أشواط مهرجان سيدي صاحب السمو أمير البلاد المفدى الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني. ومع أبو ناصر ألف مبروك، أولى الأشواط راحت لمربطكم الجميل، إنجاز يسجل لكم بصراحة مع هذه الأجواء المفعمة بالإثارة.
الحمد لله والشكر لله رب العالمين، هذا فضل من الله. العمل اللي قمنا فيه الصراحة ما أقول لك إن إحنا اللي عملنا لحالنا، الكل عمل، الكل جاهز حق هذا الحفل، إنه يكون حاضر صراحة بأفضل ما عنده من الخيل. التوفيق من الله سبحانه وتعالى، لا حصاني أفضل ولا حصان هم أقل، ولكن هي توفيق من الله سبحانه وتعالى. من عمل لقى عمله وتوفيق، يعني أنا أرجع وأقول التوفيق من الله. اليوم الله قسم لي هذا الشوط، إن شاء الله يوفق إخواني بالأشواط الباقية إنهم يأدون ويفوزون، وهذا حفل صراحة الكل يتمنى المشاركة فيه، ويختارك الله من ضمن المشاركين انك تفوز، فهذا حظ طيب صراحه.
ابو ناصر، نتكلم على 25 سنه من العطاء والتميز في اغلى المهرجانات واغلى السباقات، سباقات سيدي سيف سيدي صاحب السمو، شعورك بصراحه وش اللي اختلف معاك في هذه النسخه المتميزه بمشاركه ابطال عالميين؟
الحمد لله والشكر لله. شوف بقول لك الشوط هذا صراحه يمكن انا احضر له من العام الماضي. الحفل هذا انك تفوز فيه مش شيء سهل، انك تفوز فيه كمالك وتفوز فيه كمدرب او كخيال. الكل يعمل، الكل مجتهد، الكل يبحث عن الانتصار، فالحمد لله رب العالمين. اشتغلت، مسكت الحصان صراحه من العام الماضي وانا محافظ عليه عشان يشارك بهذا اليوم، والحمد لله اني قدرت افوز.
شكرا لك يا ابو ناصر، كل التوفيق لك. شكرا.
الله يسلمك ويطول عمرك.
العافيه. اذا مشاهدينا ومستمعينا ومن يستمتع بهذه التغطيه الجميله، اولى اشواط هذا اليوم ذهبت إلى السادة المالك السيد ناصر عويضة سالم الهاجري بمدرب عويضة سالم الهاجري وخيال فالح بغنيم. ألف مبروك، وإن شاء الله ناموس مستمرين معاكم في هذه التغطية الجميلة.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
We move on to race number 2, the first of our thoroughbred races today. It's the Premium Maiden Cup for local thoroughbreds. It's run over 1,700 metres on the dirt, or a mile and a 16th. There are no changes to the main body of the field in this race, so we have a full field of 14 going to post. We will not need the 2 reserves. We scratched the 15 SK Mron and 16 Muta Arabit. Scratch the reserves 15 and 16. No changes to the main body of the field. A couple of the runners here are going to go to post early. Number 6, Nahar, and number 9, SK Azam. Horses now making their way into the parade ring.
We'll start with horse number 6 in the parade ring because this horse is about to go. This based on a Charm Spirits, ridden by Czech rider Thomas Lukec, and for trainer Hamad Al-Jahani.
إذن سادة الحضور، والآن ينطلق الشوط الثاني. هذا الشوط مسافة 1700 متر رملي، ومع أول الجياد الحصان نهار المالك السادة مربط الهجاج، المدرب حمد الجهني، والخيال توماس لوكاسك.
Right, here is horse number 1. 2-handers leading in rounds. AJS Chagrin for Shepan Mazieu and Algerian Stad, the colours that will be carried by Shepan.
ومع الجواد الثاني AJS شقران المالك السادة مربط الجريان، المدرب محمد حمد خليفة العطية، والخيال شتيبان مازور.
Full field going to post here. This is horse number 2, and it's Al Faisal, who's just on his toes a touch. He's a locally bred son of Trade Storm under top rider Maxime Guillon for trainer Bader Al-Balushi.
ومع الجواد التالي الفيصل المالك السيد عبد اللطيف حسين زين العمادي، والمدرب بدر البلوشي، والخيال مكسيم قوين.
This is the first thoroughbred horse race for the locally bred thoroughbreds. This is horse number 4. He's a sizable individual. He's Lemon Ginger. Mirko Sana rides for Debbie Mountain, number 4.
ومع الجواد الثالث عز المالك السادة مزرعة الوسمية، المدرب جورج ماكاليدس، والخيال جيفرسون سميث.
5, he's getting a little bit warm, but looks okay. He's got cheek pieces on, looks nice and relaxed in the flesh. Muhab for Marco Casamento and Gassim Ghazali.
محارب المالك السادة مزرعة الوسمية، المدرب جاسم الغزالي، والخيال ماركو.
Horse 7 has the red headgear on. That is Neshan. And Giuseppe Cotraro rides for Abdul Rahman Abdul Wahed. Has had 3 goes so far on this surface, shown a little promise.
نيشان المالك السيد عبد الرحمن محمد عبد الواحد، المدرب عبد الرحمن عبد الواحد، والخيال جوسبي كولتارو بوزن 58.
Horse 8 has had a couple of goes so far, one of the lesser experienced, although they all lack a bit of experience between them. Up in distance, this horse on the same surface, it's Royalty under Lucas de Lozier.
ومع الجواد التالي رويالتي المالك السيدة صبيحة عويضة إبراهيم، المدرب إبراهيم خالد الأحمد، والخيال لوكاس بوزن وقدره 58.
So here is horse number 9, and he's out track side. Horse 9, one of those to go a little earlier. That is SK Azam for Alberto Sana and Saeed Al-Shafi. 4th start here, a 2nd on the dirt.
إذن سادة الحضور، بعد الجواد رويالتي للمالكة السيدة صبحية عويضة إبراهيم، والآن مع الجواد رقم 9 SK عزام المالك السيد سعيد محمد شافي الشافي، المدرب سعيد الشافي، والخيال ألبرتو بوزن 58.
And there is 10-inch shot. That's a Schaffler, one of the fillies in the field under Olivier Dondin.
ومع الجواد العاشر الشلفة SK المالك السادة مربط الخريب، المدرب هادي الرمزاني، والخيال أوليفيه بوزن وقدره 56.
Horse 11 coming up next. Incidentally, the horse number 3 has just come into the paddock. We'll show you that horse soon enough. But this is number 11, and it's a Wayed. Sufyan Sadi's had a good season so far, was on board this horse last time when beaten 6 lengths. And that was in the Thoroughbred Oaks. Should offer a little bit more here. Number 11, a Wayed.
والآن مع عوايد المالك السيد علي عبد العزيز جاسم البوعينين، المدرب زهير محسن، والخيال سفيان سعدي بوزن 56.
Riders are by and large up, so horses heading out, and it's Fale Bouganem who's looking for a quick fire double on number 13. That's Musanada for Zuhair Mohsen.
والآن مع المشاركة التالية لفالح بوغنيم على صهوة الجواد، مساندة المالك السيد خليفة بن شعيل بن خليفة الكوار، المدرب زهير محسن.
That horse has blinkers on, so too does horse number 14, Summer Bloody. Jim Crowley taking the ride here and about to head out onto the track for a fourth go on the sand surface here on the dirt, Summer Bloody.
والآن مع الجواد التالي سما بلادي، المالك السادة مربط إنجاز، المدرب جهاد خالد الأحمد، والخيال جيم كرولي.
Horse 12 just coming into the paddock, and horse 3 is just leaving it. They're the two that we owe you. Here is horse number 12, whose rider's just got to catch up to him. That's Tom Marcon. Good that he's very good at running as well as riding, so he'll be up with him soon enough. One of the fittest guys in the weighing room is Tom, and he rides at Jabberheart here. Great to have Tom out here riding for the first time this season.
فعلا توم جبهات للمالك السادة مربط إنجاز، المدرب جهاد خالد الأحمد، والخيال توم ماركدن.
So Tom will be on board that horse soon enough, I hope. He's just rearing up a little, is this horse 12. He's being a little bit tricky, but hopefully we can get a couple of handlers with that horse and he can get on board. That is Jabberheart, and then Ayres is the horse we are yet to see, but we'll do soon enough. He exited the paddock just a few moments ago, having not come in for that long. He's the ride for Jefferson Smith. There he is, right in the middle, Ayres. And Jefferson Smith rides the horse for Georges Michelades. A second go for number 3, Ayres on the dirt.
فعلا مع الجواد ثالث عز، المالك السادة مزرعة الوسمية، المدرب جورج ميكاليدس، والخيال جيفرسون سميث. توم.
Good news that Tom Marcon is on board his mount, so all is well there with Summer Bloody. With Jabberheart, similar colours to Summer Bloody.
You know, Tom, each horses, it has a name. Like Summer Bloody is the sky of my country. So and
that's the direct translation.
Yeah. And each horse, it has a let's say Arabic word which is reflect to the name of the horse.
So it's is it specific to the horse? As in the horse is named. In the UK, often we name horses based upon the sire and the dam, the mum and the dad of the horse. Does that happen a lot here as well?
No, not a lot. But for example, we have Musanada, the number of 13. Musanada is supporting. So even sometimes they have a names as they treat the horses like their own daughters.
Which is how it should be.
And yeah, exactly. And we have Izz. Izz, it's like coming by, let's say, when you have that trust in yourself, in your country. Like each name, like Awaid, it's, for example, Awaid is the name of, this name Awaid, it's sometimes habit, Awaid. We call it Awaid, Namus, Aada, Awaid.
I understand.
So it's a traditional.
And for these locally bred runners, the prize money on offer here, and prize money is good, I know, throughout the season here, but it's a bit special today, right? $100,000 for these horses,
I believe, Tom, $100,000 will make the jockey, the trainer, the owner very happy, especially with this vibes what we have.
You would hope so. Yeah. As they make their way down to the start, we're over the same start here, the 1,700-meter start, and we saw that the pace held up pretty well last time, although the second did come from a good bit off the speed. And the first Thoroughbred race will be getting underway soon enough. It'll be called by Mark Johnson.
They're at the post for race 2, the Premium Maiden Cup for local thoroughbreds. I'll try and pick out one or two of the major players for you in this race. Going to take a look there at number 1. That is AJS Chagrin. Stepan Mazur aboard. Stepan third in the jockey's standings at the moment with 28 winners so far this season. AJS Chagrin has had 6 starts so far, placed efforts over 1,200 metres. He's a horse stepping up to 1,700 today, although he's bred to get this distance of ground. That's number 2, Al Faisal, who is a very interesting contender. Maxime Guillon getting aboard him for the first time. He's a full brother to a horse called Alward, who we'll see run in the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup here on tomorrow's card. He's never been out of the first 5 in any of his 4 career starts, and Al Faisal is certainly a major player. And the dark horse, I suppose, the race is the one in the yellow with the maroon stripe, trained by Debbie Mountain. That is Lemon Ginger. Lemon Ginger is by Bobby's Kitten. Has only had the 1 run so far. That was when 4th in a local novice over course and distance last month. Beaten 2.5 lengths that day when he was quite slowly away. Ran a little greenly. However, that was against winners. It was a novice race, not a maiden race. And the weights of this race, or the weights that he carried in that race, he was getting no weight allowance from the horses who already had success. So therefore, the horse nearest to us in the yellow with the white bridle looks an extremely interesting horse. And also, if you take a look at the distaff side of Lemon Ginger, there's also plenty of dirt form in the distaff side of the pedigree, being out of a mare called Ginger Swirl. But the Bobby's Kitten top line suggests that he could well be a horse very much to be a bit of a force with in these local dirt races over the coming seasons. And he's got a good draw here as long as he breaks alertly on his second career start. He was a bit slow away on his debut, and he has got the inside post 1. That is Ease, number 3, with Jefferson Smith riding for George Michaelides. If you're watching on the big screen or on the simulcast around the world, you're taking a look at the graphic on the left-hand side. You'll see the horse's number next to the jockey's silks, and then the draw that the horses will be coming out of. So as we mentioned, that horse 4, Lemon Ginger, comes out of stall number 1 against the inside rail. Again, that short run to the first turn. It was interesting, the trip that Fala Guggenheim managed to get out of the winner of our first race, Munhamik, having been drawn 2, was very keen when in amongst horses, and he switched him out wide to challenge down the home straight with what was a backwind, but it's changed the direction of the breeze, as often happens here as we move towards the evening in Doha, and the breeze now is more a crosswind from the far side towards the grandstands. Mention a couple of the others who are major players in this particular race. We mentioned ones who are towards the top of the form card. Another one we ought to give a little bit of a mention to in this race would be horse number 8, Royalty, who's only had 2 starts so far, finished 7th on his local debut. And again, he suffered a rather slow break when he ran on his last start from a wide draw, but he's a half to a horse called Brahms, who was a dual local dirt winner over 1,700 and over 2,000 metres in a race in which 1 or 2 of the runners in the contest have a few doubts about their stamina. Royalty, number 8, might be one for whom this kind of distance of ground is not such a problem. He is ridden by Lucas Delosier, who we mentioned before our first race. He's just 1 behind Sofiane Sadi, currently in the local jockey's standings. The red cap just walking away from us. That was one of the fillies in the lineup. That was Musa Nada. It's ridden by Fala Guggenheim, who's looking for a quick fire double. His mount here, Musa Nada, is running for the 4th time. She hasn't shown a great deal in her 3 starts so far. She finished 6th in a similar race at Al Uqda over 1,300 metres last time. She's stepping up to 1,700 metres again for the first time today. We're around about 3 minutes from post time. crowds will grow as we move through the weekend. 10 races for you on tomorrow's card, and then the big day of the season, 8 races culminating in His Highness the Amir's trophy and His Highness the Amir's sword on the Saturday card, and some really stellar racing coming up throughout the weekend. I mentioned right at the top of the show that there are 3 returning champions contesting 3 of our last 4 races on the second running of the Dirt Championship Day here at Al Rayyan. In our final race, the 1700-metre Sand Championship, Nuvolari will bid to win that race once again for Abdullah Al-Mullah. We have Najinski Al-Mori coming back to try and win the 7th race, and also Mared Al-Jazra, who tries to win back-to-back renewals of the 1200-metre local Arabian Sand Championship Sprint. Having a tack adjustment made to number 14, Sama Bladi. Just possible it may have been the wrong type of equipment that was originally put on Sama Bladi, who is declared in blinkers. I wonder whether the light blue headgear that she had on when she went down to the start possibly was a set of visors. So the colour of the headgear has changed. It's coming off again now. We'll try a green one. See, what they don't realise is that when commentators see horses walk into the parade ring with a distinct coloured headgear on, that's the first blob they put on their colour sheet. So Sama Bladi has got several dots next to her name now. It's going to be green. And she's due out of stall number 11, Sama Bladi, who is a daughter of Dubday. She's ridden by Jim Crowley, and she is having her 6th career start. Jim's riding her for the first time. She finished 5th of 6 in her previous try at this exact course and distance. Her best runs, although she's yet to be placed, have come when she's tried sprint distances. She's been 4th on 2 occasions over the 1300 metres down the road at Al Uqda in local maidens. So the runners now beginning to load. Musanada, about to be reunited with Fala Bugenheim, now getting into the framework of the starting stalls. Just moving forward with the cheek pieces. The rider in the green cap is Naha, horse who went to the start a long way ahead of the others. Naha, ridden by Thomas Lukasek. In goes Royalty and Lucas de Lozier. Next to move forward is Ease and Jefferson Smith. Al Faisal, horse who's never finished out of the first 5 in any of his races so far, and arguably brings just about the strongest form to this particular party. Neshan has gone in. Will be followed in by Mohareb and Marco Casamento. A little bit edgy is AJS Chagrin behind the stalls, just backing away. Moving forward now, the filly, Al Shalfa SK. She has gone in. AJS Chagrin and Stepan Mazur due into stall number 9. Still just a little on his toes. Still circling behind the stalls, Sama Bladi, Jabbahat, and the other one yet to go in, Lemon Ginger, on just his 2nd career start. Stepan Mazur off AJS Chagrin, but has gone in now. 3 back. Now with the green headgear on, Sama Bladi moving forward. To the inside goes Lemon Ginger, and to the outside, Jabberhat to complete the line for the Premium Maiden Cup for local thoroughbreds, 1,700 metres. They're in the gate. And they're off. Pretty even break. Sent on in the centre early is Neshan, being taken on out wide by Al Shalfa SK, and wider still on the wide outside, SK Azam. And it is SK Azam who goes right round them all and has claimed the lead. Nahar against the inside rail is giving chase in second, and they have gone very hard in the early stages. Al Wayid is racing in third. Around that one's outside, Neshan. Then towards the inside rail is Musanada. Musanada being followed by Al Shalfa SK as they make the turn, making the run down the back stretch. At the moment, the back marker is Jabberhat. Also towards the rear of the field is Ease as they race on now towards the halfway point. Inside the final 1,200. And the leader towards the inside, SK Azam, being taken on by Nahar. Towards the outside, the red headgear of Nesham. Those are the first three, with Awayid racing on their tails in fourth. On the inside is Musanada, has got a good trip. Then they're being followed by Sama Bladi as they go around the turn. AJS Shagran better than midfield and staying on, creeping through. Lemon Ginger, the yellow jacket, towards the inside. Royalty, a brutal trip round the outside, with Mohab, another one who is trapped out very wide indeed as they make the turn in, and they've got less than 400 to go, and it is still SK Azam given a positive ride, still leads by 3 lengths. Awayid is sent in chase, then in third and picking up is Al Fasil, and now Lemon Ginger is eating up the dirt down the wide outside, paddling SK Azam. Al Faisal claims the lead, Lemon Ginger late on the scene, Al Faisal in front. Al Faisal wins, Lemon Ginger in second, Awayid in third, SK Azam held on for fourth, and in fifth was Mohab. Unofficial winner of race 2, the Premium Maiden Cup for local thoroughbreds, is number 2, Al Faisal. Beats number 4, Lemon Ginger. Al Faisal finally gets his diploma today, having run really well in all 4 of his previous career starts. Trained by Bada Al-Balushi, first winner of the weekend of what will probably be many winners for Maxime Guillon, the reigning and 3 times Cravache d'Or. Has beaten Lemon Ginger, who has run, as we expected, really, really well on his second start. He is a horse who still has plenty of potential in a race that was run at a fierce gallop, and very much to his credit, SK Azam, having been sent by Alberto Sanna from stall 10, stuck around for a very, very long time, and in the end filled out 4th position. But the first 2 could be quite useful on this surface. Son of Tradestorm, Al Faisal winning, beating Lemon Ginger into second. We'll confirm the rest of the places in a few moments' time.
Well done to Maxime Guillon, who we'll hear from very shortly. He's equalled last season's total this year of 11 winners, had a good season last season, and he's going to progress past it this year clearly, and he's making his way back towards us on a horse. Al Faisal had to prove himself on the surface, having been disappointing on his sole start on it, but prove himself he has done. And I'll grab a word with Maxime very shortly, if he can make his way over towards us, and we'll get the groom out to hold the horse. Maxime? It's okay to turn out here, this way. Thank you very much, just to keep you away from the other horses. Congratulations. The race went to plan.
Yes, thank you. He went really easy today. I think this is the first time for him on dirt, but he didn't have a really good speed after the start, and I'm in the midfield. And just in the middle of the last turn, the horse come outside of me, so I didn't have the chance to come inside, and he have a really good turn of foot.
Were you confident in the straight you were going to get the horse up to win?
Yeah, exactly. When I come just after the final turn, I come for win. Yeah.
And how are you enjoying the season out here, Maxime? You've, I think, equalled last year's amount of winners.
Yeah, yeah. I start really good. I'm really happy.
Well done, Maxime Guillaume. So we've heard from Maxime Guillaume on the locally bred Al Faisal, trained by Bada Al Balushi, who we'll hopefully hear from soon enough. Our second winner and the first thoroughbred winner of the afternoon, Al Faisal.
Can win 2,000 if you have.
2000 easy, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Easy, yeah?
Yeah. But the sun frame is
The
good.
finish is
Strong. Yeah.
very strong.
Yeah. Very strong, but he wait. I use this, and all the time when I use this, he go again. He go again. You know? When I stop with this, he go but relax.
yeah.
And when I do this, he go again, he go again, he go again.
Right.
Well done.
Maxime,
Next.
Une interview vraiment rapide. Ok, en français, bien.
Ouais, en français, pas de souci. جمهورنا العزيز، رجعنا لكم بعد ما انتهى الشوط الثاني بفوز المهر الفيصل للمالك السيد عبد اللطيف بن حسين زين العمادي والمدرب بدر البلوشي والجوكي ماكسيم غوين. Maxime, félicitations.
Merci beaucoup.
Comment a été cette course pour toi?
Mais très bien, c'est la première fois qu'il courait sur le dirt, le cheval, mais ça l'a absolument pas dérangé. C'est un cheval qui n'a pas beaucoup de vitesse en partant. On lui a laissé une chance et après on s'est faufilé en dedans et il a accéléré fort.
Et pour qu'il accélère, comment t'as agi avec lui?
Bah, je l'ai laissé cool dans la première partie de la course. Et puis voilà, c'est un cheval qui sait finir ses courses. Et on savait que si le sable ne le dérangeait pas, il allait finir fort. Donc c'est ce qui s'est passé, il a bien gagné.
Et c'est la première fois qu'il court sur du sable.
Oui, exact.
Ok, parfait. Félicitations, merci beaucoup. Merci Maxime. كان معنا الجوكي ماكسيم غوين من جمهورية فرنسا. هو كان يتكلمني عن الحصان، يقول أن المهر هذا أول مرة يركض على الأرضية هذه، وكان في بداية الشوط ما كانت السرعة المطلوبة منه، لكن قدر أنه يسيطر عليه ويحقق هذا الإنجاز. نبارك أيضا للمالك عبد اللطيف حسين زين العمادي والمدرب بدر الدرويش. وهذا كل ما عندي، وأرجع لكم إن شاء الله بعد الشوط الثالث.
Here is the result of race 2, the Premium Maiden Cup for local thoroughbreds run over 1,700 metres on the dirt. First, number 2, Al Faisal, ridden to victory by Maxime Guillaume. Second, number 4, Lemon Ginger. Third, number 11, Awayid. Fourth, number 9, SK Azam. And the fifth horse was 5, Mohab. 2, 4, 11 and 9 were the numbers. The run time, 1 minute 52.16 seconds. 1:52.16. Race 2 is now official.
Race 2 of 8 officially underway already on the opening day, the Premium Maiden Cup for the local thoroughbreds. Outstanding victory for Al Faisal. Let's not forget, $100,000 in the purse and $57,000 going to the winner. A lovely start to today's action here, the first of 3 days, as we officially stand by and await for the winners, the local trainers and owners, to make their way onto the stage. And we'll be handing over to Tom shortly as we have the trophies to be handed out. Premium Maiden Cup, local thoroughbreds. Al Faisal, again, outstanding race for him. And Maxime Guillon, who controlled him beautifully and was able to pick up that victory today. Trained by Badr Al-Balushi, owned by Mr. Abdul Latif Hussan Al-Maidi, as we now get ready for the official trophy celebration. The trainers and owners to be able to be awarded. Over to Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Time for the presentation for our first thoroughbred race. It was won by Al Faisal, and up there ready to make the presentation. Please welcome Ahmed Shabani, and he'll be presenting first of all to the winning rider. Please welcome Maxime Guillon. Well done to Maxime, and now the winning trainer of Al Faisal. Please welcome to the stage, Badr Al-Balushi.
Badr.
And the winning owner coming to the stage with his family. Please welcome to the stage the owner of Al Faisal, Mr. Abdul Latif Hussain Al-Amaidi. Well done to everyone involved and to the Al-Amaidi family. And we'll once again see the winning trainer and winning jockey, Badr Al-Balushi and Maxime Guillon, the winning connections of Al Faisal.
والجهات جاهزة. انطلاقة كأس الجيادة المهجنة الأصيلة المبتدئة بصدارة للجواد رقم 10 الشلفة اسكي، تخطف الصدارة من الجواد رقم 9 اسكي عزام، سعيد محمد شافي الشافي والبرتو سنة الوصافة مع نهار مربط الهجاج وتوماس لوكاسيك. في الترتيب الثالث نيشان عبد الرحمن عبد الواحد وجوسبي كوراتورو. وفي الترتيب الرابع نشاهد الكاب الأحمر مساندة خليفة بن شعيل الكواري والقطري فالح بغنيم. الجياد بشكل كتلة بصدارة الجواد نيشان من الجهة الوسطى، ومن الجهة الخارجية الداخلية نهار، ومن الجهة الخارجية الجواد سما بلاتي. رويالتي صبحية عوض إبراهيم بشكل جميل في المركز الخامس، ومن الجهة الداخلية تغيرات AGS عزام سعيد الشافي في الصدارة ووضع اليد، والوصفة تذهب إلى عوايد علي عبد العزيز جاسم البعينين، والفارس سفيان سعدي المنعطف ما قبل الأخير اتجاها إلى المنعطف الأخير بن شافي إكس عزام بفارق بعيد، والقادم عوايد علي عبد العزيز البعينين في محاولة للحق، ورويالتي في تحرك ومحارب أيضا، ولكن الصدارة لا تزال مع اسعيك العزام. ليمون جنجر في محاولة، والفيصل عبد اللطيف حسين زين العمادي يخطف كأس الجيادة المهجنة الأصيلة لإنتاج محلي.
حياكم الله مرة ثانية جمهورنا العزيز، رجعنا لكم بعد ما شاهدنا معكم مراسم تتويج السيد عبد اللطيف بن حسين بن زين العمادي الحاصل على المركز الأول في هذا الكلاس، وراعي الحصان الفيصل. نبارك لك مرة ثانية، يا مرحبا.
الله يبارك فيك، الله يجزاك خير.
أنا كنت أتكلم مع الجوكي ويقول لي أن الحصان أول مرة يركض على أرضية نفس هذه.
صحيح. لا، أول ركضة ركض رمل في بداياته أول ركضة له كانت بس المسافة 1200 وهي في المركز الخامس. هاي ثاني ركضة له بس يعني هاي كانت السباق ذي وايد قوي عليه، فكنا ما ندري هل بيأدي رمل ولا لا. بس عندنا أخوه فل أكبر منه الوعد يركض رمل وعشب.
حتى كان يقول لي ان في بدايه انطلاقه الشوط يقول ما اعطاني السرعه المطلوبه، لكن هو قدر انه يسيطر عليه يعني.
صحيح، انا سالته بعد الشوط قال لي كان في البدايه هو بطيء الحصان، بس اصلا قبل الشوط المدرب قال حق مكسيم حق الجوكي ان الحصان عنده فينش، وصراحه اثبت انه عنده ما شاء الله فينش قوي يعني
بدر ما شاء الله نظرته ما تخيب.
يعني اكيد المدرب يدربه كل يوم فعارف الحصان، هو اكثر واحد يعرف الحصان شنو عنده شنو يقدر يعطي.
اكيد دائما العلاقه بين المدرب والحصان تكون قويه، هو دائما المدرب هو اللي يثبت روحه ويقوي علاقته مع الحصان.
صحيح.
بارك لك مره ثانيه هذا الانجاز. لك شيء من المشاركات ان شاء الله في اليوم والايام الجايه؟
ان شاء الله عندنا في شوط السبرنتر في اللوكل، وبكره عندنا في شوط الافرس اللوكل والمستورد، والشوط الاخير اللي هو الشوط الرئيسي المفتوح في اللوكل ثروبريد.
بالتوفيق ان شاء الله.
الله يجزاك خير.
تعالي يا هلا، انتم فزتوا اليوم، مبروك.
الله يبارك فيك. الله يبارك فيك.
الله يحفظك، الله يبارك فيهم ان شاء الله. هذا كل ما عندي، وارجع لكم يا جمهورنا العزيز ان شاء الله بعد الشوط الثالث.
Race number 3 is up next. It's a premium maiden cup for purebred Arabians. It's run over 1,700 metres or 1.16 miles on the fast dirt. And in this race, we have no changes to the main body of the field. So we'll have a maximum field of 14 horses going to post. We will not need the reserves here. We're going to scratch the 15 Zidane and the 16 Au La Main. Scratch the reserves, 15 Zidane and 16 Au La Main. No further changes to the main body. Post time for this race comes up at 4:05. And the horses now are making their way into the paddock.
Okay, let's have a closer look at these runners as they're making their way into the paddock. So this is the Premium Maiden Cup. It's for purebred Arabians, not locally bred, so a strong international challenge for race number 3 and $100,000 on the line, as was the case for our first couple of races. So you can see them coming in, all being well behaved at this point. Don't want to tempt fate, number 1. For race number 3 is AA Kindled Speed. Ivan Rossi rides for Ahmed Kobiesi, and this horse has tried the surface, got a little bit to find on all known form, and back onto the dirt off the back of the turf last time. And this is horse number 3, which is Kashab for Thomas Lukaszek, who had Shipper Mazur on board the last few starts, including one on the turf, now switching back to the dirt. Connections just entering the paddock then, ahead of our third race, and we'll have a look at horse number 4. Must have a good chance off the back of a 5th place finish in the Derby. This is the first go on the surface, so that's the question mark. Chepin Mazur takes the ride for Algerian stud. Number 5 is El Iraq. And there is the horse with the hind bandages on, got the blue bridle, Al Iraq. And he lines up for Abdelkabir Ben Labi and Mohammed Al Sulaiti in the colours of Shark Stud. First go on the dirt. Connections explaining what they want to the riders. As ever, before the riders get the leg up, this is horse number 6. That's Al Mustafiz, this French-bred son of Assi. Jim Crowley is riding the horse for his first go on the dirt. Rated 79, so a little bit to find with the principals. 7 is HM Zabraj. Jefferson Smith is having another good season out here, takes the ride for Nasser Ghazali, an Al Ghazali stud. Tried the dirt last time, was pretty well held, but is rated 86, so a good chance. There is Lafan in the colours of Al Shakab Racing for Jean de Mule and Olivier Dondine. Lightly raced, there was promise with the first run. So he's got those blinkers on as well. Behind is the grey Marad Al Jazwa, as the son of Marad Al Sara. Marco Casamento taking the ride for the horse's first go on the dirt. It's another one in the colours of Al Ghazali studs, just like HM Zabraj. And Abdullah Rashid Al Hajari takes the ride on horse 10, which is Matwi Al Shajar. Rated 75, needs to improve on what we've seen so far, but that has been on the turf. 11 is Mazaj Al Shahania for Lucas Delozier and Rudy Nabon, and Al Shahania stud. Now this horse, pretty well held on the turf last time, is rated 78. Hopefully a switch back to the dirt will see a bit of improvement. It's drawn quite wide, as is Tarek. That is horse number 12. He's drawn 13. Maxime Guillon is looking for a quick-fire double. On form, must have a very good chance because the dirt runs in France have been decent. Again, on form 13 would have a good chance. He's giving Stéphane Lajaj something to think about. Stéphane's just got a hold of her. She's just going a bit free, as you can see, down to post. But she's hopefully find a horse to settle in behind and slow her down a bit. There we go. She's done that. That's good news. That's Jihad Jess. And this is Paris Flight, RB Paris Flight. A good run on the surface last time, so that was a plus. Well drawn in 3 under Soufiane Sadi. As our drone spins overhead in the paddock, we owe you horse number 2, who we'll pick out for you soon enough, which is Al Zaim for Fale Bouganheim. And Al Zaim was on the dirt last time and not beaten too far by Yacoub. Whether that form is good enough to win this, not certain. But we'll see. Find out soon enough for Al Zaim. Nice big field then going to post for this third contest. And it's for the first for the internationally bred purebred Arabians.
إذا السادة الحضور نرحب فيكم مرة أخرى في هذا الشوط الثالث كأس الخيل العربية المبتدئة المتميزة الدرجة السادسة، مسافة 1700 متر رملي بمشاركة 16 جواد يتنافسون، وكذلك 16 مدرب وأيضا 16 مالك في هذا الشوط الثالث الذي يبلغ جائزة هذا الشوط 100,000 دولار. من سيكون بطل هذا الشوط؟ هذا اللي راح نشوفه إن شاء الله بالصوت والصورة في نهاية مسافة 1700 متر رملي. والآن عودة إلى الزميل مارك. you have the mic.
Thank you very much. They're at the start, or approaching the start now, for race number 3. Once again, they'll have 1,700 metres ahead of them, being taken down to the start very steadily indeed by Jim Crowley is number 6, Al Mustafiz, who's right in front of us here in the stands, as the others congregate now behind the starting stalls for this purebred Arabian maiden race for the international bred horses. Once again, we'll take a look at some of the major players in a few moments' time. White and maroon stars of AJS Falak, horse who's very much one to keep an eye on here for the attire team, the Algerian stud and Stepan Mazur aboard. AJS Falak running for the 5th time today, has run all his career starts so far here in Qatar, although he is French bred. Placed effort came when he was 2nd on his start in an Arabian 3-year-old maiden over 1,400 metres on turf at Al Uqda in November. Since then, he finished 5th in both the Qatar 3-year-old Arabian Derby over 1,600 metres and in the Silver Sword trial for 4-year-olds over 1,850. And he had a compromised start that day, was squeezed up at the start, but he did hang a little under pressure. He's trying the dirt for the first time today. Number 4, AJS Falak, certainly one of the major players here, will break from stall number 7. The flags of the nations represented on a truly international 3 days of racing here in Qatar. The red colours with the orange cap belongs to number 3, Karshab. He's one of the most experienced horses in the race. He's running for the 11th time today, but he has knocked on the door on many an occasion, and so far he's been placed 5 of those 10 starts. 4 of his 6 starts in Qatar he has been placed. He is a horse who can flash speed, so maybe he will be given a very forward ride by Thomas Lukasek, easy to spot in the red colours. Number 3, Karshab. He's been placed in all 4 of his runs on dirt. He's never been out of the frame in dirt starts. He's got far more dirt experience than most of the others in this contest. Try to find your horse number 2 if we can, which is Al Zaim, who will break from the inside. Here he comes. He's just behind the graphic of the stalls. White with a black stripe. He's the most experienced horse in the field. He's run 17 times. Al Zaim, he's got Fala Guggenheim aboard. He's got a good draw. He comes from stall 1. He's by a superstar in Al Mortajez. He was 4th in this race last year. And the problem is, if you run again in a maiden race that you were placed in the previous year, it means you're still looking for your first win. And Al Zaim has been such a consistent horse in defeat. He deserves a win. But so far, that elusive victory has eluded him, as we see number 12, Tarek, moving forward. I heard earlier on Tom mentioning that this horse had some good form in France, and that would be true to a point. Problem is, it's all come over much longer distance than he runs over today, but if they do go very fast, then he could have a chance to pick them all up. Last couple moving in. Last one in is Jeddah Hess. They're in the gate for race 3, and they're off. A couple of them were rather slow to begin. Over on the far side, it was HM Zabraj who was slow to go, and also not that fast away was Tarek towards the outside. Also, Amzaj Al-Shahania is towards the rear of the field early. The speed comes from Matwi Al-Sajjar in the early stages, with AJS Falak around the outside in second. RB Paris Flight is in third position. Then around the outside is Karshab, who's now raced into fourth position. Mared Al-Jazra between rivals, and then towards the inside is Al-Zaim. A breakdown of a length and a half to Al-Iraq as they make the run down the back stretch. Towards the outside is Jeddah in the turquoise silks. She's racing in advance of Maraj Al-Shahania. Still towards the rear of the field is Lafan as they go through the halfway point. And another one who is towards the rear of the pack is Tarek. Ridden now out very, very wide is AA Kindle Speed. They're racing on now inside the final 800. And on the inside, the leader is Matwil Al-Shajar. On his outside, AJS Falak is racing in second position. RB Paris Flight is in third. And around that one's outside, Marid Al-Jazra. Next to the field is Al-Zaim. He's racing in fifth. Staying on into sixth is Al-Iraq as they made the turn in. Karshab has already backed out of it. Jeddah is also struggling, and it's now AJS Falak who goes on with 300 to go. Stepan Merzur and AJS Falak say, catch me if you can. Down the wide outside, Tarek now begins to eat into the lead. There's 200 to go. He's got 4 lengths to find. AJS still leads, and he's still strong. Racing to the line, AJS Falak to break the maiden. Staying on Tarek in second, Mared Al-Jazra in third, and from last to fourth was Lafan. Unofficial winner of race number 3 is number 4, AJS Falak, the colours of Algerian Stud. Trained by Mohamed Ataya and ridden by Stepan Merzur. Stepan's 29th winner of the season, AJS Falak, on the back of some very strong maiden form coming into this race. Breaks his maiden at the 5th attempt. He beats the deep closer, number 12, Tarek, into second. We'll confirm the rest of the places in a few moments' time. Unofficial winner of race 3 is AJS Falak.
Shepan has made his way back, and we'll just wait for the groom to come to you. Well done, Shepan. I'll let you take a turn, and then you can, come take the horse just so you have a hold. That'll be great, and then we'll see what Shepan made of that. Well, it looked fairly straightforward. It all went well.
Definitely. Beautiful performance from him. Nice to break his maiden on this day. Just he did it very well.
And I guess the question was the surface, but no problem on the dirt.
That's right. Actually, it was the question. We knew he's a strong horse, nice, performing very well this season. Just the dirt, it was the question, but he did the job great.
And you're approaching 30 winners now this year. It's been another good season.
Yeah, another good season for me. Very glad for my home team, Algerian. We're doing like a tremendous job this season. Everything going very well.
Shepan, well done.
Thank you.
إذا سادة الحضور نبارك لصاحب المركز الأول أبو حمد ألف مبروك إن شاء الله ابتسامة دائمة مع المهرجان الكبير المنتظر. شعورك بعد هذا الفوز والتألق؟
الله يبارك فيك، إن شاء الله أنها بداية خير لنا وشوط مبتدئ لكن مهم، حكم أنه في محفل أو مهرجان سمو الأمير ونحمد الله على الفوز.
فعلا مهرجان سيدي صاحب السمو أتوقع كبير ويعني لكم الكثير. شعوركم مع هذه المشاركة القوية والكبيرة؟
أكيد يعني مهرجان مهم للكل، الكل مجتهد وبالعكس نحمد الله على هذا الفوز.
الله يعطيك العافية. الله يعافيك. إذن سادة الحضور نبارك المالك السادة مربط الجريان وكذلك المدرب محمد حمد خليفة العطية والخيال اشتيبان على هذا التألق في الشوط الثالث من هذه الأشواط ليومنا هذا.
Ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation for the winner of our third race, AJS Falak.
Here is the full result now of race 3, the Premium Maiden Cup for purebred Arabians, run over 1,700 metres on dirt. First, number 4, AJS Falak, ridden to victory by Stepan Mazur. Second, number 12, Tarek. Third, number 9, Mared Al Jazra. Fourth, number 8, Lafan. And fifth was number 5, El Iraq. 4, 12, 9 and 8 were the numbers. The run time 1 minute 57.26 seconds. 1 minute 57.26. Race 3 is now official.
Well, it was a good finish, but really it was sewn up going into the straight here by this strong travelling horse under Stepan Mazur, AJS Falak. Stepan had him in a lovely position. And once the horse on his inside started to fade, he just had a real start on the rest of the field. You could see the jockey body language meant that Stepan was always very, very happy with how the horse was travelling. And then it was a case of push the button and off we go. It's not the longest straight here, so not easy to make up ground from off it. And in particular, when you have a horse that has that much left under the bonnet, as AJS Falak did. A win for Algerian stud and Stepan Mazur and Mohammed Al Attiyah, who we'll see very shortly for the presentation.
A wonderful performance from AJS Falak, appreciated by those in attendance here as we continue our way through the opening day of the Amir Sword Festival. 3 days of fantastic racing. This is officially the end of race number 3. 3 of 8 races still to come by the end of the night. A lot of partners and sponsors here with us, not just today, but throughout the rest of the week as well, that we are greatly appreciative to have on board with us here as they play a massive role in bringing to you the Amir Sword Festival from the 15th to the 17th of February. Lots of entertainment to come your way by the end of the night as well. It is not just about what is taking place on the track. We have a drone show, a laser show, and a fire show to still come by the end of the night, around about 7 p.m. local time. So we encourage you to hang around. We encourage you to stay. And please make sure that you come through to check out the drone show, laser show, and the fire show as well, as we stand by and await for the trainer and owner to come through of the winning horse, AJS Falak, in race 3, the Premium Maiden Cup of purebred Arabian. The jockey, the winning jockey, Stepan Mazur, will be joining us on stage in just a few moments' time. As we head over to the podium, the presentation is next.
Yeah, look out for the drone show later on. It's going to be very exciting, and as the sun sets, we'll get some fire display in front of the stands as well. So lots to look forward to, but that's a little way away. We've just had race number 3 and time for the presentation for our third contest. And to make the presentation is the Porsche chairman. Please welcome Salman Jassim Al-Darwish. And the first award that's going to be received is for the winning rider. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Stepan Mazur. Well done to Stepan. Another excellent season for Algerian stud. And the winning trainer is going to make his way up to collect his prize. I think he's going to take both that and the prize for the owner. Please welcome Mohammed Al Attiyah. Well done to Mohammed. And then if Salman Jassim Al-Darwish can present the other award For the winning owner, collecting on behalf of Algerian stud, once again, Mohamed Hamed Al Attiyah. And now everyone can come up just for the group photo. What's been a brilliant day for connections of this horse, winner of our third race, the Premium Maiden Cup for the purebred Arabians, AJS Falak. Yeah, welcome back. We're 3 races down and we've got 5 to go. We've got a big race coming up next. It's for the 3-year-old thoroughbreds. Very much looking forward to that. Abdul Rahman's now in the middle. The new boss in town.
How's it going? Martin and Mark. First of all, we have a great experience with you guys, and especially now we finished the 3rd racing. We are waiting for the 4th, and each next race is becoming difficult and strong. And I would love to ask our lovely friend, what do you think about racing? I just noticed that it's first time for you in the racing. Jumping,
Don't call me out on that. Don't call me out on that. No, I come from a show jumping background, so for me, racing is completely different, and it really is very exciting. Show jumping perhaps is, you know, we have 75-second rounds. Here, all of a sudden, it's the energy, it's the intensity, the start, the finish, the power to get in and out of the corners is sensational. So for me to get to experience this, and I imagine that many others are joining us perhaps for the first time to watch this festival as well, the energy and the intensity in racing that I'm watching here today, and we're only on 3 races out of 8 on day 1.
Wow.
It gives me the impression that there is a lot more to come throughout the rest of the week.
When you're show jumping, for example, is it a different flow of the day? Do you have sort of bigger gaps in the middle and then a more intense period, as opposed to this, I guess? Where, you know, there's always something it feels here for the crowd to do, be it seeing the horses in the pre-parade ring or in the parade ring here, and then all of a sudden the race. It's a different flow, right?
Very much so, and you almost get the impression that racing seems to build up a lot more. In the show jumping world, there's generally more classes that happen from the start of the day to the middle of the day. It's team competitions, there's individuals building up to a Grand Prix at the end of the weekend, but this just feels as if every single 30 minutes there's more action, there's another race, there's more jockeys, there's more experience. So you get the impression that there's this consistent build-up of excitement and energy in the race world, and I'm really enjoying that.
Exactly. I tried actually jumping, and it's totally different experience because in jumping, as Mark knows that, you know, you have almost minute, 6 minutes or 5 minutes. You need to study the field, how many meters when you need to have to jump, and it's a lot of pressure because it's above 60 people who participate in that. Here, it's boom, 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 very fast. You have just only seconds between you, the start and the end. It's totally very stressful here, I believe.
Just on the, for the locals, guys out here who love their racing, just tell me about these 3 days, and in particular this Saturday.
Yeah.
As far as how much it's, you know, how huge it is in the calendar for Qatari racing. What does it mean to the local people?
Martin, what we believe every day in this 3 days becoming, you know, stressfully, especially for the riders and the owners and people who care about this special horses participate in this. And as you know, Saturday is the big day for each of one here in Qatar, and people even they came long way to participate in that because we are talking about the sword of His Highness, which is everyone aiming, everyone trying, working hard all the season to get this sword, and it's not that easy, trust me.
The sunglasses are off as well.
No, there is no sun.
This is nice.
No, now it's absolutely perfect, isn't it? Now the sun is out of our eyes. It's still a beautiful, dare I call this, winter's day in Qatar, but this is absolutely outstanding. Conditions look perfect. The turf, the sand looks all fantastic. And I get the impression, as we said, throughout the rest of tonight, going into the rest of the weekend as well, this is only going to improve day by day, evening by evening. And what we've seen already in the opening 3 races gives me a really exciting feel for the rest of it.
Do you know, I was warned about chilly evenings, cold evenings in Qatar. I mean, for me, there's no danger of a coat. This is perfect.
It's perfect weather, you know?
Yeah.
And I would love to ask you guys, Mark and Tom, you have, mashallah, that great experience in this racing, but what do you think about the vibes outside of the field? Like, okay, we see like second there, everyone fighting to get the end. But what do you think about people enjoying with their families, with people who enjoying the vibes here with coffees, restaurant, VIP lounges we have?
But I think racing should be a family feel.
True.
I think that's what the day should be. You know, a chance for kids love animals. They love being close to the horses. True. I have kids who love being close to the horses, and you know that's what you want. We're going to see on the big screen. That's what I'm turning around to see is the Japanese connections here. We, of course, have had a Japanese runner on the Saturday before, but 3 in the big race, His Highness the Amir Trophy, is huge for the day.
True. Tom, I know you miss your kids already, but next time you have to bring them here. Trust me. You and Tom.
There are
Tom, you have a 9 months boy.
I will take some photos and send it to my little daughter later on, for sure.
Right, we're building up to race number 4. It's for the thoroughbreds, the 3-year-olds, and it's the first Class 2 contest. Here's Mark.
And you're mentioning the contingent of the Japanese press and followers of Japanese racing. They will see one of their leading dirt riders have a ride here in this race. He will be aboard number 5 Lambert. That is Tsubasa Sasagawa. He's got 4 rides on today's card, a leading dirt rider in the NSA. And he is one of 14 contesting race number 4, which is the Thoroughbred 3-year-old Sand Championship, run over 1,700 meters or a mile and a 16th for 3-year-olds. You're taking a look at the field of runners as they scroll through on your screens. I'm just going to confirm for you that we do not need the reserves here. So the reserves have come out. 15 Allegorical and 16 Handsome Chap are the scratchers. So no changes to the main body of the field. Take out the reserves, 15 Allegorical and 16 Handsome Chap. Post time for this race is at 4:35, and the runners making their way into the parade ring.
All right, horses are entering the paddock, as Abdulrahman and I are in sync with these horses. Looking forward to seeing them as well, because we've got some nice young sorts in here. These 3-year-olds. Number 1 we'll focus on, which is Fon for Giuseppe Coltaro. He takes the ride, and Hadi Al Ramzi, who's back on the dirt off the back of a run last time. Pretty well held. Well, he has one on the turf.
فعلا توم، وتنطلق الأجواء الجميلة في الشوط الرابع مسافة 1700 متر. رملي بمشاركة 16 جواد يتنافسون على هذا الشوط. ومع أول الجياد لهذا الشوط الرابع فون المالك السيد أحمد رمزان أحمد الرمزاني النعيمي والمدرب هادي الرمزاني وكذلك الخيال جوسبي.
Number 2 is Golden Trick for Lucas de Lozier and Mohamed Ghazali. He's on his toes a little bit.
والآن مع الجواد التالي جولدن تريك المالك السيد خليفة سيف عبد الله راشد الكبيسي المدرب محمد الغزالي والخيال لوكاس.
3 is Greer. Having a first go on this surface. Rated 87 though, so he's got plenty of ability. This 3-year-old son of Knight of Thunder.
ومع الجواد التالي غرير المالك السيد ناصر سيف عبد الله راشد الكبيسي المدرب محمد الغزالي والخيال فالح بغنيم.
So the runners are in. Not all of them, there's still a few just coming in, just going to join in the line. And horse number 4 is just making his way in. And that is Jungle Mate, rated 83. He's a 3-year-old son of Bungle in the Jungle. And he'll be ridden by Thomas Lukaszek.
والآن مع الجواد الرابع جنجل ميت المالك السيد سعيد إبراهيم سعيد المالكي المدرب إبراهيم سعيد المالكي والخيال توماس لوكاسك.
Connections again talking away to the riders about what to do here and how they're going to get out of their relative draws, of which 10 isn't ideal, I guess, for Lambert, number 5. And Tsubasa Sasagawa, the South Korean rider, takes the ride from Mohamed Hussein Afroz.
ومع الجواد الخامس لامبرت المالك السادة ثمامة ريسينج المدرب محمد حسين أفروز وكذلك الخيال توسياسا.
Horse 6 is another Knight of Thunder, a fabulous sire, who's getting more and more winners. Over distances as well, this is over 1,700 metres, that should be fine. Tom Marquand on board for Hamad Al-Jahani.
مع الجواد السادس لايتنج ليو المالك السيد محمد عبد الهادي سعد الهاجري المدرب حمد الجهني والخيال توم ماركدن.
Bella's gone, so the riders will be up soon enough. And there is Tom Marquand in the green, ready to get on board. That is horse number 8. That is Loose Cannon for Maxime Guillon. This horse is rated 96. The question is the surface. If handling it, he should, the gelded son of territories, be tricky to beat. That is number 8, Loose Cannon.
ومع الجواد الثامن لوز كانن المالك الشيخ محمد سلمان محمد عبد العزيز الثاني المدرب جاسم الغزالي والخيال مكسيم غوين.
Riders will be up soon enough, as I think they're just about all in here. In fact, I can see one more horse coming towards us down the walkway from the saddling area. There is horse number 9, Quick Stepping, Chepin Mazur, taking the ride, looking for a quick fire double, as are Algerian Stud and the trainer Mohamed Hamed Al-Attiyah.
ومع الجواد التاسع كويك ستيبنج المالك السادة مربط الجريان المدرب محمد حمد خليفة العطية والخيال شتيبان مازور.
He's got a little warm. There's Quick Stepping, nothing you'd worry about. It's a warm day, of course. But this horse is looking particularly relaxed, Quick Stepping. Almost a little reluctant, to be fair, to walk forward, but fine. Number 10, sorry, Silver Spirits for Mirko Sana and Debbie Mountain having a first go on the surface.
ومع الجواد العاشر سيلفر سبيريت المالك المهندس حسن علي عبد الملك المدرب ديبور مونتن والخيال ميركو سنا.
11 is Thanks Forever. Jim Crowley is just making his way over to get the leg up on Thanks Forever for Gassim Ghazali.
ومع الجواد الحادي عشر ثانكس فور ايفر المالك السيد خليفه بن شعيل بن خليفه الكواري المدرب جاسم الغزالي والخيال جيم كرولي.
There is horse number 12 about to exit onto the turf, then switching over to the dirt. Of course, Timbuktu for Marco Casamento and Nasser Ghazali in the Al Ghazli stud colours.
ومع الجواد الثاني عشر تمكاتو المالك السادة مربط الغزالي المدرب ناصر الغزالي والخيال ماركو.
Horses are exiting then. The horse that's just exited backwards onto out onto the track is going to get his rider up soon enough. Good. That's Sufyan Sadi on board Waqif, number 13 for Ahmed Al-Jahani.
والآن مع الجواد التالي واقف المالك السيد حمد أحمد حسن المالكي الجهني، المدرب أحمد الجهني، والخيال سفيان سعدي.
14 is White Christmas, whose headgear, those blinkers, tie in with the colours of Sheikh Ahmed bin Mohammed Al Thani. Jefferson Smith taking the ride for trainer Mohammed Salama Ashur.
ومع الجواد التالي وايت كريسماس المالك الشيخ أحمد بن محمد بن فالح بن ناصر الثاني، المدرب محمد سلامة عاشور، والخيال جيفرسون سميث.
And we owe you Loaded Gun. Here he is with the red hood on. That'll come off, Loaded Gun. Come out of stall number 11. So Alberto Sana will have a decision to make, whether to try and get across at the front of the field or just to be ridden patiently. Loaded Gun.
ومع الجواد 11 ثانكس فوريفر المالك السيد خليفة بن شعيل بن خليفة الكواري، المدرب جاسم الغزالي، والخيال جيم كرولي.
There they are going together, Loaded Gun and Silver Spirits, who'll be making their way out onto the track very soon. The track proper, not using the turf today, and what that means, Abdullah, is we have 2 days coming up, Friday and Saturday, where the turf is nice and fresh. They then move the rail onto the Saturday, so you have a completely fresh track, which is how it should be on the turf. Fresh ground for the horses each and every day.
Exactly, Tom. And remember when I told you in the beginning that most of the names reflect to something. Now we have the horse number 13, Waqif in Arabic, which is in English meaning stand. But in Arabic, like Souk Waqif, it's like, Waqif, it's a stand. Like when you stand now, in Arabic it's mean Waqif. And if I tell you what's meaning White Christmas, is like Merry Christmas. You know that.
I know White Christmas. No, I guess that doesn't happen here. That's not possible in Qatar,
No, we
right?
celebrate in everything, especially.
But the White Christmas
white
is when it snows.
Okay.
That's not going to happen here, right?
We celebrate like when it's in summer and when it's cold, but we don't have the ice.
Yeah, which is, well, it's frankly better.
And Tom, number 3 is Gharir. Gharir is the meaning of the water, I believe, like the sound. Gharir.
I remember when Greer was trained in the UK. Remember it well. Had a last go at Redcar and then has had a couple of goes out here. And one at this track, one elsewhere. And this stallion, Knight of Thunder.
Wow.
Who's well represented here by a couple of runners. He's having a very,
he was going to ride it Falih Bughnim, which is the one who took the first place, I believe.
There are the crowd, who I'm sure with the crowd, Falah's very popular, right?
Yeah, he is like one of the Qatari riders here. We have it in Qatar, and trust me, he's for us, he's like the main guy for all people who want to participate in this and be riders in the future, having championship, even here locally or worldwide, inshallah.
How many, more than 10 years he's been riding out here?
Yeah, more than 10 years, and trust me, he's still like in slim. He have the best shape for riding even extra 10 years more.
Dignitaries in then to watch day 1 of the His Highness the Amir Sword Festival. And after this, we'll be halfway through the card. Race number 4 for these 3-year-old thoroughbreds to be called by Mark Johnson.
Thanks, Tom. Runners arrived down at the start. The one who's been taken down very steadily is Silver Spirit by Mirko Sana. Has now joined the others, so the starting gate now being drawn across onto the racetrack itself. We'll try and pick out once again, one or two of the major players in this race. A couple of the runners here are racing in Qatar for the first time. Fowen is racing here for the first time, and so too is Loaded Gun, number 7. There's number 8, that is Loose Cannon, who has to be a major player. Maxime Guillon looking to double up on the evening. Son of Territories, Loose Cannon is trained by Jazim Ghazali, has won one of his 4 starts so far. He won on his debut over 1,400 metres in a novice at York in July when trained by William Haggis. He then went on to finish third in the Group 3 Acomb Stakes at the York Ebor Festival last August over 1,400 metres. It's his first run on dirt today. He's a half-brother to Saka, the winner of the 2021 Qatar Derby for Qatar trained horses, and was trained to victory by Jazim Ghazali, who trains Loose Cannon here. Will break from stall 8, and on his turf form has to have every chance, but as has been the case already today, sometimes the form on the turf doesn't necessarily transfer to the dirt. Number 1 we're going to take a look at now. This is fun, running in this country for the first time, trained by Hadi Al Ramzani. He won this race 12 months ago, Hadi, with a horse called Ziktela, and you just wonder whether maybe a similar profile horse has now joined his barn, trying 1700s and dirt for the first time, formerly trained by Simon Brogy in France, winner 2 starts ago at Toulouse over 1,600 metres. That was in one of the French nursery handicaps, 2-year-old limited handicap. Very, very deep turf that day when winning at Toulouse. Much quicker, although testing conditions, but still a quicker surface here on the dirt at Al Rayyan. But an intriguing runner for the trainer who sent out a horse with a pretty similar profile to win this race 12 months ago in Hadi Al Ramzani. Giuseppe Cotraro is the board. In the golden white Diablo is number 2, Golden Trick. A 3 times winner from 10 career starts. Lucas Delosier riding for Mohamed Ghazali. Will come from stall number 14, which isn't a great draw, but this is another one who has got really serious form over in the UK, formerly trained by Hugo Palmer, finished 12th in the Al Rayyan Stakes, Qatar's biggest 2-year-old race on Derby Day, when still trained by Hugo Palmer, now has joined the Ghazali team, and he's run twice on dirt. Win last time out, and 5th when running over course and distance 2 starts ago. So number 2, Golden Trick, is the horse who has the really confirmed dirt form, and again, that makes him a huge player. It's just the draw. If you can overcome stall 14, you'd fancy his chance would be slightly greater than maybe it is given where he is in the start. Runners about to move forward. Loose Cannon, the black and white colours going in. Foen is already installed. They've just put in Silver Spirit. We mentioned that visiting overseas rider Tsubasa Sasagawa has lots of experience riding over in Japan. He's ridden loads of winners on the NAR circuit, the 2nd tier circuit in Japan, but a lot of their racing is on dirt, and he is aboard 3 times winner Lambert here on his best form. Wouldn't be out of contention. As the last couple moving forward, Loaded Gun on his Qatar debut going forward, the red of Waqif. White Christmas, bidding to break the maiden at the 14th attempt. White Christmas going in to stall 9 towards the outside. Has gone in okay. Waiting now on Thanks Forever and Jim Crowley into stall 1 on the inside. Thanks Forever, another of the Jazim Ghazali team in this race. The last one alone. They're in the gate. And they're off. Racing over 1,700 in the Thoroughbred 3-year-old Sand Championship towards the inside. Timbuktu was away alertly and claimed the early lead with Silver Spirit, who's right up there towards the outside. Jungle Mate is also between runners, racing in a close 3rd towards the inside. Thanks Forever is keen up against the inside rail in 4th. Waqif, and towards that one's outside on the turn is Lambert. Wider still is Quick Stepping as they make the run into the back straight. At the moment, Loaded Gun is the back marker. Last but one is White Christmas as they make the run down the back stretch, and it is Timbuktu who has got the lead over Jungle Mate and Silver Spirit towards the outside in 2nd and 3rd. Wakif is next, a keen running, thanks forever up against the inside rail. Lightning Leo making ground in midfield on his outside is quick stepping and just going forward ahead of those now is Lambert in the grey colours. Next in the field is Loose Cannon, just nudged along to close by Maxine Guillon. Guerilla is around the outside, White Christmas, and then Foen, who's towards the inside. Loaded Gun is now the back marker, and Golden Trick has never got in from his wide post, and he is last but one. They're very tightly bunched, and they're racing on now towards the final 600. On the inside, Timbuktu, to the outside, Jungle Mate. These the first two. Thanks Forever has turned in third. Foen is now in fourth. Guerilla making ground down the wide outside. Loose Cannon begins to paddle inside the final 150. New leader, it is now Jungle Mate and Thomas Lucasette who have got the lead. Foen staying on his Qatar debut as they race up towards the line. It's going to be very close. It may just be Jungle Mate over Foen. Down the wide outside, Guerilla and the long-time leader, Timbuktu, followed by Lightning Leo, who was never nearer, and then Wakif. Placing judges may take a look at the photo here, but it looks as though on first viewing, number 4, Jungle Mate, has held the late surger Foen. He had got a great trip here from stall 3, Thomas Lucasek. He was never in the wrong position here. Foen got a long, long way back, and that's how they finished. Guerilla had a wide trip. Trip might win the race here. Jungle Mate came from stall 3. Foen came from stall 4, and that's just about the only thing that was similar in their races, because Jungle Mate sat just stalking the pace very close up, got a perfect trip through. Foen shuffled back, had to then swing wide, and he's got beaten by a very fast diminishing head, it would appear, on the evidence of our replay. Unofficially, 4 Jungle Mate beats 1 Foen. They're still looking at the photo.
Yeah, good finish, wasn't it? And Jungle Mate has come out on top. There was encouragement on the pedigree that the surface would suit son of Bungle in the Jungle, and so it's proved. But he did have to prove himself on it. The first run out here was good, Jungle Mate, and he's won on the dirts under Thomas Lucasek, who can come over and join me now and tell me what he thought of that. As Foen, who was just touched off there, makes his way back, and Thomas, I'll come on your offside here and, well, take me through that race.
Look, he was breaking well today. His second time in the Qatar. He doing well in the UK before. But we wasn't sure about his trip on the dirt. That was the first time for him. But he brake well, travel good, kick on the straight, keep going, so happy with him.
How did he feel, Thomas, on the surface? Do you know straight away in a race if they're happy on a surface or not?
Yeah, look, we galloped him last week, and we know he's a pretty strong horse, so I was quite confident when I saw him in travel well, so I was happy.
I'll let you go. Well done.
Here is the result of the photograph for first place. First is number 4, Jungle Mate. Second, number 1, Foen. Third, number 3, Guerilla. Fourth was 12, Timbuktu. Unofficial order of finish, 4-1-3-12.
Let's welcome back the winner back inside, horse number 4.
Who's heading?
Here is the full result of race 4, the Thoroughbred 3-year-old Sand Championship, run over 1,700 metres on the dirt. First, number 4, Jungle Mate, ridden by Thomas Lukasek. Second, number 1, Fowen. Third, number 3, Guerilla. Fourth, number 12, Timbuktu. And the fifth horse was number 13, Wakif. 4, 1, 3, and 12, the numbers. The run time, 1 minute, 49.53 seconds. 1 minute, 49.53 seconds. Race 4 is now official.
And once again, we saw almost a similar finish to our recent race. A jockey in pole position to attack just off the lead. On the outside, seems to be the place you want to be, and always travelling best. Once the horse on your inner starts to go backwards, you know you're in a good position without the very long straight here. It's not too far home, particularly if you're travelling. I feel for Fowen, who's come from way off the speed in the end, or a good way off it, switching outside, and now starts to get rolling. But, well, the eventual winner just had a bit too much of a head start in the end. And it's another winner out here for Thomas Lukasek, who's well established out here now in the colours of Mr. Ibrahim Said Al-Maki. This horse had some good form in the UK, bred by Ballyhane Stud, but has really kicked on out here with a good run on the turf, and now switching to the dirt. That opens up a few more options. He was being closed down towards the line, but it was all about the position that the rider had the horse in to challenge. Because of where he was drawn, that allowed him to do that in stall number 3, and he just had enough left at the finish.
As the sun begins to set beautifully over Qatar, our tightest finish of the day thus far in race number 4, the Thoroughbred 3-year-olds on the Sand Championship. What a performance from Jungle Mate, and what a ride from Thomas Lukasek. Huge, huge result for him. Incredibly important here on the opening day of His Highness the Amir Sword Festival, taking place over the next few days. Wonderful trophies on site that will be handed out to the trainers and to the owners in a few moments' time as we welcome them back into the presentation area in just a few moments. The crowds here in attendance, very, very excited and certainly enjoying that very tight finish in race 4. We'll wait for the winning group to make their way over to the presentation in just a few moments' time as we celebrate the wonderful performance of Jungle Mate, trained by Ibrahim Said Al-Maki and owned by Mr. Said Ibrahim Said Al-Maki. So great performance from the group behind Jungle Mate. We will stand by in a few moments' time. Let's go over to the presentation for race number 4.
So the presentation will commence soon enough. Thanks to Qatar Airways, who are represented up there. And now we'll make the presentation for race number 4. And holding the trophy to present it is Ahmad bin Abdul Rahman Al Attiyah, the president of the ASEAN Equestrian Federation. Our thanks to him. He'll be presenting these 3 awards, and first of all to the winning rider. Please welcome Thomas Lukasek. Well done to Thomas, and the winning trainer now of Jungle Mates, Ibrahim Saeed Al-Malki. Well done to the winning owner also, who is son of the trainer, that is Mr. Saeed Ibrahim Saeed Al-Malki. Collecting on his behalf, please welcome Abdul Al-Malki. Huge congratulations to the Al-Malki family for that success with this horse, 3-year-old son, a bungle in the jungle, who has won the Thoroughbred 3-year-old Sand Championship Class 2 contest, the winning connections of Jungle Mate.
بسم الله وعلى بركة الله مشاهدينا متابعينا الكرام، انطلقت الشوط الرابع البطولة الرملية للخيل المهجنة الأصيلة لعمر 3 سنوات فقط، الدرجة الثانية لمسافة 1700 متر ومشاهدة ل14 من الجياد تنتفع من خلال المقصورة الرئيسية عند الانعطاف الأول رقم 12 في المركز الأول، والصدارة للسادة مربط الغزالي دموكاتو رقم 12 المدرب ناصر الغزالي، والخيال ماركو كازامينتو في المركز الثاني بالشعار الأصفر والدوائر السوداء جنجل ميت رقم 4 من تدريب إبراهيم سعيد المالكي ملك السيد سعيد المالكي، والخيال توماس لوكاسك المركز الثالث بالشعار الأصفر والبني رقم 10 سيلفر سبيريت من تدريب ديبور ماونتن ملك المهندس حسن عبد الملك، والخيال ميركو سنة متابعة كذلك للامبارت للسادة الثمامة ريسيك بالشعار الرصاصي مع المدرب محمد حسين فروز، والخيال ساساغاوا، ومتابعة أيضا من واقف المركز الخامس للسيد حمد المالكي الجهني، والخيال سفيان سعدي. الجياد عند المنعطف قبل الأخير، المنعطف الثالث والتحرك نحو المنعطف الأخير، لا زلنا مع الصدارة بالشعار الأسود والأبيض دموكاتو رقم 12 للسادة مربط الغزالي، محاولات من جنجل بانك من الجهة الخارجية والامبرت، وأيضا متابعة من سيلفر، وأيضا واقف ومحاولات واندفاعات من لوز كانن من الجهة الخارجية، ولكن رقم 4 التقدم مع أبو سعيد إلى المركز الأول، والغزالي في المركز الثاني، محاولات السيد خليفة بن شعيل الكواري في المركز الثالث فون، وأيضا محاولات للتقدم للسيد حمد رمزان النعيمي، والمركز الأول لرقم 1 في هذا الشوط، ورقم 4 والدخول هنا مع رقم 4 جنجل ميتي للصدارة.
جمهورنا العزيز، رجعنا لكم بعد ما انتهى الشوط الرابع بفوز المهر جنغل ميت للمالك السيد إبراهيم بن سعيد بن إبراهيم بن سعيد المالكي عفوا، والمدرب إبراهيم سعيد المالكي، والجوكي توماس لوكاسك اللي حاضر معي الحين. توماس, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You have a lovely trophy.
Oh, yeah, like always, yeah. Thank you.
How was the race?
The race was good. My horse brake well, so I was in the right position straight away. My horse traveled so easy and handy, and he's strong horse. I was quite confident he can handle it, so all race was for us.
How did you see the level of the horses in general?
That was, to me, this race was like medium level, but I know my horse, he can make another step forward, so he can be nice horse in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Thomas. شكرا. كان معنا الجوكي توماس لوكاسك، ونبارك مرة ثانية للمالك السيد سعيد بن إبراهيم بن سعيد المالكي. كان يتكلم الجوكي عن العلاقة القوية اللي تربطه مع هذا الحصان، فقدر انه يسيطر عليه ويحقق هذا الانجاز في هذا الشوط الرابع عفوا. هذا كل ما عندي، وارجع لكم ان شاء الله بعد الشوط الخامس.
Show me burgundy sunsets.
مكانت وجهتك. هناك شركة طيران واحدة تحلق أبعد لترتقي بتجربة سفرك. الخطوط الجوية القطرية، معا إلى كل مكان.
So we're halfway through the cards. Coming up next, we go back to the start as far as the divisions go. So it'll be the locally bred, purebred Arabians. But we now ramp up in quality and get to the championships proper. All Class 2 races coming up and the established horses on show. And as far as the...
Moving along exceptionally quickly, aren't we?
Yeah, it's going
already
quick.
race 5 coming up.
So we're halfway through. I mean, as far as getting connections here and getting the international challenge here, one thing that strikes me that they've done very well is prize money is huge, obviously.
Yep.
That's a big incentive. But it's not just that. You need the experience, full connections to come out here that comes with it. And they seem to have done that exceptionally well.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been chatting to a few people off air here just to get the idea, the impression of how they feel about being here, Tom. The feeling, the exceptional availability of what's around here today has looked really good. Everyone's been full of praise on what's available to us. In fact, just over your shoulder now, we get ready for the races of number 5, horses of race number 5 to make their way in. But yeah, facilities have been superb. Everyone has been really enjoying themselves on the opening day. Let's get ready for race number 5.
Yeah, no man that thoroughly enjoys coming out here is Mark Johnson. Here he is.
Do indeed. Runners making the way to the parade ring now for our 5th race. It is the local purebred Arabian Sand Championship, and it is first of our sprints. It's run over 1,200 metres, or just 6 furlongs. We have a field of 12 to go to post, and there are no changes to race number 5. Post time here is at 5:10, and runners now are in the paddock.
Right, they're in the paddock, so a quick spin through these. Horse number 1 is a Fandom for Jefferson Smith and trainer Ahmed Kobesi.
فعلا توم، والآن يبتدي الشوط الخامس مسافة 1200 متر رملي، ومع أول الجياد المشاركة أفندم المالك السيد ناصر حمد سعيد الجفالي النعيمي، المدرب حمد قبيسي، والخيال جيفرسون سميث.
2 is the horse behind. They're nicely in order here by and large for these locally bred purebred Arabians as the riders are making their way out. That is horse number 2, the Grey, son of Majd Al Arab, older horse here, 9-year-old, to be ridden by Maxime Guillon.
ومع الجواد التالي AJS العارض، المالك السادة مربط الغزالي والخيال جاسم الغزالي والمدرب جاسم الغزالي والخيال مكسيم غوين.
He has blinkers and a tongue tie on, as does the horse behind. Blinkers on with those big white cups. You can't miss those. And that is horse number 3. And it is AJS Hajjaj, the mount of Saleh Salem Al-Mari.
ومع الجواد التالي AJS هجاج، المالك السيد خليفة حسن مبارك المالكي الجهني، والمدرب الدكتور فهد سلمان فطيس الهاجري، والخيال صالح سالم المري.
There's Abdullah Rashid Al-Hajj and the other rider in those colours, which is Saleh Faraj Al-Otabi. That is horse number 4. That is Habes, the mount of Alberto Sane. He'll come out of stall number 10.
والآن مع الجواد الرابع حابس، المالك السيد عبد العزيز صالح حسن الجابر، المدرب هادي الرمزاني، والخيال ألبرتو سنان.
There's Tom Marquand with his back to us. in the colours of Mr. Khalifa bin Shehal Al Kuwari. 5 is Hardan. Thomas Lukasek looking for a quick fire double on this Hamad Al Jahani trained son of Asi.
ومع الجواد الخامس حردان المالك السيد حمد أحمد حسن مالك الجهني المدرب حمد الجهني والخيال توماس لوكاسك.
Runner's going to get the leg up shortly then. Number 6 is Marid Al Jazra under Ivan Rossi. He'll come out of stall number 11, perhaps a little wider than ideal.
ومع الجواد السادس مارد الجسرة المالك السادة مربط الجسرة المدرب محمد الغزالي والخيال إيفان روسي.
7 is Mukab, the mount of Salman Fahed Al Hadri in the colours of Al Rakban Stud.
ومع الجواد السابع مكابر المالك السادة مربط الركابين والمدرب الدكتور فهد سلمان فطيس الهاجر والخيال سلمان فهد فطيس الهاجري.
Difference in ratings here, highlighted by the marker 93 for Marid Al Jazra compared to 72 for Namas Al Shajar. There is Namas Al Shajar, and Abdullah Rashid Al Hadri is already on board.
ومع الجواد الثامن نوماس الشجاعة المالك السيد حسن بن علي حسن المطوي والمدرب محمد حسن المطوي والخيال عبد الله راشد فالح الهاجري.
Tom Marquand is on board, number 9, Taj Amor. He rode winners here last season. He's looking for his first this season, number 9, Taj Amor.
ومع الحصان تجمهر المالك السيد خليفة بن شعيل بن خليفة الكواري المدرب زهير محسن والخيال توم ماركدن.
Yetibar for Fala Bouganem and Ahmed Kubaisi. She will come out of stall number 8.
ومع الفرس رقم 10 اعتبار المالك السيد علي بن سعيد الجفالي النعيمي والمدرب أحمد قبيسي والخيال فالح بوغنين.
Making their way out onto the track then, there is Lucas de Luzier, the French rider, on board this mare, Makarim. She'll come out of stall 5.
ومع الجواد ومع الفرس رقم 11 مكارم المالك السيد راشد محمد راشد الغانم العذبة والمدرب بدر البلوشي والخيال لوكاس.
And we owe you Burkan Zakia. Zakia, Burkan Zakir. As the drone passes overhead again in the paddock, it's Salah Faraj Al-Ataybi on board Burkan Zahir. One of a couple in the colours of Mr. Hassan bin Hassan Al-Matwi.
ومع آخر الجواد المشاركة في الشوط الخامس بركان زاخر المالك السيد حسن بن علي حسن المطوي المدرب محمد حسن المطوي والخيال صالح فرج العتيبي. Tom, I believe we're gonna have an exciting racing this time as like usual.
Absolutely, and somebody will be competing for their trophies, and there's a race goer who's enjoying holding a winning trophy for one of our races earlier on. And again, a real family day here, which is great to see. As we were saying earlier, it's horse racing is great for families. It's great for kids. There's obviously the horses to enjoy and plenty more besides as well.
Exactly, Tom, especially when kids winning with their fathers and brothers and the friends in this this ceremony, I believe, and this big event. I believe it's a big dream. Everyone trying to hunt any trophy at least will give him a special reminder about this Amir sword.
Yeah, you can't beat that winning feeling, ultimately. It's I know it's the taking part that counts, but when you win a race, the buzz that comes from it, the release of adrenaline is, if you're lucky enough to experience it, it's great, but only one will be lucky enough here as they make their way out onto the track. We've had some easy winners. We've had some pretty close finishes as well.
Yeah, almost 3 to go. And I believe every racing coming, it's becoming excitement more than before because it's like the ending and people can enjoy the Amir sword event and also the Thursday because, Thursday and the Friday and Saturday, it's like, it's a special days here in Qatar.
Now, this horse is being a bit of a monkey, I'm afraid. He's being a bit tricky. This is Mukabir, who's, you can see feet out the irons there for Salman Fahad Al Hadri. And hopefully he's going to get down all right. Don't know whether the horse got rid of his rider or whether he just wasn't on board yet, but hopefully Mark Johnson, he gets down to the start okay.
He's not a horse who normally shows any problems in the prelims. He's actually a pretty consistent horse. Winner over course and distance earlier on in the season. I think he probably just jinked as he was walking between the gap between the turf and the dirt surface. So right at the top of the show, we mentioned that we had 3 returning champions to this Sand Championship Day, and it's time to queue up the first of them. And it's the horse right at the back of that shot, the purple and gold colours. That is Maiden Al Rayyan. It runs in the colours of Al Rayyan stud, trained by Mohammed Ghazali, ridden by Ivan Rossi, and he won this race 12 months ago. All 4 of his career wins have come over this exact course and distance, and the only thing that is not really going for him is that when the draw was made for post positions in this sprint, he got a very poor draw. He got 11 of 12, and that will be a little bit of a problem, as Ivan Rossi is going to have to work out a bit of a trip here in this competitive sprint for the sprinting purebred Arabians. But Maiden Al Rayyan simply loves this track. He loves one-turn sprints, and that makes him quite unusual, particularly in purebred Arabian races. They're normally seen to better effect around 2 turns, so this really is quite a specialist task. And there he is, strutting his stuff. He looked $1 million when he was walking round the parade ring. He really presents himself, this grey son of Maiden Al Rayyan, but he's got to overcome a really, really tough draw. He actually, last time he ran, was a bit unlucky. He got a broadsider coming out of the starting gate. So he's got to get out clean today, and he's got to work out a trip. There's Maxime Guillon. He's on last year's runner-up in this race. It was a duel of greys last year. AJS Al Arida finished second. He's won 7 times. He is also, like Maiden Al Rayyan, a 4 times course and distance winner. Now, he's done even worse in the post position draw because he got 12. So last year's first and second coming out of posts 11 and 12. There is Tom Marquand in the well-known colours of Khalifa Al-Qureiri. That is Tajamor, who won race 1 on this card 12 months ago. He won a premium maiden, so he's shown an affinity not only to win on the dirt, he's done it on the big stage at this meeting. He's a son of General, trained by Zahir Mohsen, and if you like, he's one of the more unexperienced or less exposed horses coming into this particular race, as he has only really started going through the ranks recently. All 3 of his wins have come on dirt, and Tom Marquand gets aboard him for the first time. He finished 4th in a local handicap under a big weight last time out, but that probably isn't any real sign of how he'll shape here. And he too has got to work out a trip. Tom's going to break from stall 9 on horse 9. Tajamor, as we see Nomas Al Shajar, the first one to move forward, one of a couple of runners in this race in the colours of Mr. Hassan Al Matwi. His colours also carried by the only 4-year-old in the field, Berkan Zakia. The hoops of the mare Makarim going in, followed in by Tajamor, bidding to win at this meeting for the 2nd year running. Loading up quite quickly, these sprinters. Next one to go forward will be a Fandom, going into stall 2 with Jefferson Smith. The stars on the outside is Habez. The all-red silks of Hardan and double-seeking Thomas Lucasette going in. Last year's winner, Maiden Al Rayyan to the outside. Macabre goes in, so too does Ayetiba. Last one in. Sprinters in the gate. And they're off. Purebred Arabian sprinters over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres, and the one who is fly leaping at the start is AJS Hajjaj, who is out of the race. So through the early stages, it is Afandam on the inside who has claimed the early lead. Last year's winner, Marid Al Jazra, is right up there and he's working into the 3 path. On his shoulder, last year's runner-up, AJS Al Arida. Just in behind them is Ayetibar. Out very wide is Habez in what is already a well-strung out field. It is Afandam who is out in front. Afandam leads now. Into second is Ayetibar. Around the outside, Marid Al Jazra is racing in 3rd position. AJS Al Arada is racing in 4th. Towards the outside, Habez, a very wide trip, is in 5th position. Makarim made the turn in 6th and is staying on, stealing ground to the inside. Hardan is next, followed by Mukabra, and then down the wide outside is Tajamor, and then tailing off is Burkan Zakia together with Nomas Al Sharjah. Inside the final 150, last year's runner-up, AJS Al Arida. Down the outside, the mare is Makarim and AJS Al Arida racing up towards the line. It's the mare, Makarim, who wins the sprint championship. In second was AJS Al Arida, staying on down the wide outside. That was Habez, and to the inside, the long-time leader, Afandem. Number 11, Makarim, a daughter of Alam Al-Khalaidaya, has won in the hands of Lucas Delosier for Bada Al-Balushi. And she has once again broken the heart of AJS Al Arida, runner-up in this race for the 2nd time. This is only a 2nd career win for Makarim. She was 1 for 10 coming into this. She had won a course and distance race in December and an open maiden race. That came on her 7th career start. She posted a couple of disappointing runs before she bounced back with a bit of form when 3rd in a local Arabian handicap at Al Uqda last time out and over 1,300. Dropped in trip again, now down to this specialist Arabian trip of 1,200, 6 furlongs. And maybe sprinting is her thing. She has, in the end, however, outstayed AJS Al Arida into 2nd. We'll confirm the rest of the results shortly.
Yeah, Makarim scores, and the Lucas Delosier, the Frenchman, who'll be delighted with that. I just gotta slow you down if I can and keep you out here, Lucas. Well done, and thank you. And we've got a few horses coming past us, but we'll speak to the winner here, Lucas. Well done. Take me through the race.
Yeah, thank you. Very nice. I was traveling very well, and in the straight, she really went on foot. We need to always wait on the maximum, and oh, she's nice. Very nice.
Is she fairly? I'll ask you to take one more turn for me if you can. Does she want to go in? Okay. She's pretty straightforward. She's okay mentally.
Yeah, mentally she's very nice. Well, she still have to have the wood for make her inside the ball, but no, she's very nice and she's very strong.
I think that equals your best season out here. 33 winners. It's going well.
Yeah, the season was not so bad. Before we had a very nice season in Europe, it's now continue. I hope I can do the same in 2024. But no, for the moment everything is good.
Okay, well done, and thanks to Makarim for being well behaved. Lucas, well done.
What a performance that was from horse number 11, Makarim. We welcome everyone back into the presentation in just a few moments' time as the sun begins to set here over the city of Qatar. Let's welcome the winner back in as well in a few moments' time.
إذن السادة الحضور نبارك لأصحاب المركز الأول وهذا التألق الكبير مكارم المالك السيد راشد محمد راشد الغانم العذبة وكذلك المدرب بدر البلوشي وأيضا الخيال لوكاس وهذا التألق في هذا الشوط الخامس مسافة 1200 متر رملي. إذا مشاهدينا الحديث أكثر عن هذا التألق من قبل العذبة الكرام. أكيد ينضم إلي السيد راشد محمد راشد الغانم العذبة. ألف مبروك هذا التألق. بأمانة توقعت هذا الانتصار الكبير والمسافة اللي لعبت دور، لأن أتوقع الخيال لوكاس لعب لعبته في آخر الثواني.
والله ما كان شوط، ما كان من الأشواط السهلة، شوط كان صعب خصوصا في ظل وجود خيل مميزة مثل مارد الجسرة، مثل الخيل اللي يدربها جاسم الغزالي ومحمد الغزالي، خيل مرشحة. لكن أتوقع الخيال أدى اللي عليه، خصوصا أن المهرة ما كانت بالتراجع مستواها في الأسابيع الماضية، وما كنت متوقع أنها ترجع لمستواها بهذه السرعة، خصوصا آخر أسبوعين شفنا تنازل في مستواها، لكن الحمد لله قدرنا نرجع المهرة هذه لمستواها الطبيعي.
فعلا ألف مبروك محمد، وإن شاء الله الناموس مستمر. راح نشوف مشاركات في الأشواط الأخيرة
إن شاء الله بإذن الله تعالى.
مالك التوفيق إن شاء الله.
الله يجزاك خير.
إذن سادة الحضور، الفرس مكارم تألقت وأبدعت، ويعني بصراحة أنجزت في هذا الشوط الخامس مسافة 1200 متر، وكما عودناكم مشاهدينا ومستمعينا منصة الأبطال بانتظار الأبطال.
Here is the full result of race 5, the local purebred Arabian Sprint Championship on sand, run over 1,200 metres on dirt. First, number 11, Makarim, ridden by Lucas de Lozier. Second, number 2, AJS Al Arida. Third, number 4, Habez. Fourth, number 1, Afandem. And the fifth horse was number 6, Mared Al Jazra. 11-2, 4 and 1 were the numbers. The run time 1 minute 18.49 seconds. 1:18.49. Race number 5 is now official.
Yeah, another one for Badr Al-Balushi. Here, we'll see him very shortly. Here is his horse winning, Makarim, with the combination of the hood and the tongue tie. Lucas de Lozier on board, the Frenchman, who always seemed happy with where he was travelling, I think, and she was pretty straightforward throughout the race. Was this daughter of Alam Al-Khaladiya, Saudi bred mare herself. This horse bred over here and bred to win too, having another go on the dirt and scoring. The run on the turf probably didn't quite work out a couple of starts ago. Back on this surface, she has been seen to very best effect. She's got a nice run down the straight, a nice clear run at it, which can be so important. If you lose a rhythm on the dirt, it's very hard to pick it up again and to get out and speed up having had your rhythm impacted. But she had a nice rhythm down the wide outside and enough left to score at the finish. We'll do the presentation very shortly.
Well, as we await for the presentation party to make its way onto the podium, let's take the opportunity to thank all of our sponsors and partners that are involved throughout His Highness the Amir Sword Festival between now and the 17th of February. Also take the opportunity to remind you that later on tonight, around about 7 p.m, after all the races have been completed, that there will be a drone show, a fire show, and a laser show that will keep you entertained long into the night. So we encourage you to stay put after the races have been completed and enjoy all of the entertainment that is available to you later on tonight. The first race day, the first of 3 race days taking place here at the His Highness the Amir Sword Festival. We stand by and await for Makarim to make his way into the winner's circle, as we said, ridden beautifully by Lucas de Lozier, trained by Badr Al-Balushi, and owned by Mr. Rashid Mohammed Al-Thaba. Welcome to them in a few moments' time, and congratulations on an outstanding performance once again here in race 5. 5 of 8 races tonight, still 3 to come as we look forward to the 3 following races, 3 more events still to be competed for. And then, as mentioned, that drone show, the fire show, and a laser show to come up later on this evening as we look forward to a wonderful night here in Qatar at His Highness the Amir Sword Festival. We will be heading to the presentation in just a few moments' time for 3 trophies to be handed out. Let's head through to the presentation and congratulate our winners.
Mark, thanks. Yeah, I'd like to extend a thank you to the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club, to their very warm welcome to all competitors here. and media and press alike. I've certainly felt the warm welcome, and their chairman is up to make the presentation for race number 5, His Excellency Isa bin Mohammed Al Muhanadi. Our thanks to him presenting these 3 awards, and he will first of all be presenting to the winning rider. Please welcome Lucas Delozier. Well done to Lucas, an excellent season for him and for the winning trainer of Makrim, Badr Al-Balushi. And to the winning owner breeder, always important to celebrate the owner breeders. Please welcome to the stage the winning owner of Makrim, Mr. Rashid Mohammed Al-Athba. So well done to Rashid, to Lucas and Badr Al-Balushi. Once again, we could all have the photo together, please, with the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club Chairman, His Excellency Isa bin Mohammed Al Muhanadi. The winning connections of our 5th race, those of the winning mare Makarim.
بسم الله وعلى بركة الله مشاهدينا الكرام، انطلقت الشوط الخامس البطولة الرملية للخيل العربية الأصيلة إنتاج محلي، شوط مفتوح الدرجة الثانية، المسافة 1200 متر بمشاركة 12 من الجياد، التقدم والدفاع لجميع الجياد، ولكن تأخر هجاج في هذا الشوط رقم 3. نشاهد وإياكم فندم إلى المركز الأول والصدارة لياسين ناصر، حماد الجفال النعيم، المدرب أحمد القبيسي، والخيال جيفرسون سميث. أيضا محاولات بالشعار البرتقالي الآخر للسيد علي بن سعيد جفال النعيم باعتبار مع المدرب أحمد القبيسي والخيال فالح بوغنيم، وايضا مارد الجسر في المركز الثالث بالشعار البنفسجي للساده مربط الجسر والمدرب محمد الغزالي والخيال ايفان روسي. متابعه كذلك للساده مربط الغزالي في المركز الرابع وحامس في المركز الخامس. الجهة تندفع نحو المنعطف الأخير، والتقدم هنا حتى الآن من نصيب أفندم إلى المركز الأول، اعتبار في المركز الثاني مركز مارد الجسرة في المركز الثالث. متابعات أيضا من خلال شعار أسد مربط الغزالي مع العارض من الجهة الخارجية، مربط الغزالي مع العارض، والتقدم والاندفاع نحو الصدارة. محاولات من مكارم للسيد راشد العذبة، وسط تقدم هنا مع العارض إلى المركز الأول والصدارة، ودخول هنا مكارم إلى المركز الأول وصدارة الشوط. مشاهدينا الكرام، مكارم رقم 11 مع المدرب بدر بلوشي.
إذن السادة الحضور، نبارك للسيد راشد محمد راشد الغانم العذبة، وكذلك المدرب بدر بلوشي، وأيضا الخيال لوكاس التي كانت له بصمة كبيرة في آخر الأمتار الأخيرة. بدر بلوشي، ثاني فوز لك مستحق بجدارة. شعورك بصراحة مع هذه الأجواء الغالية علينا؟
الحمد لله رب العالمين، الله يبارك فيك. الحمد لله وفقني في ثاني مشاركة لي اليوم، الحمد لله رب العالمين. مع الفرس هي مكارم، أكيد شعور لا يوصف. الحمد لله رب العالمين إنك تاخذ في أول يوم كاسين، الحمد لله رب العالمين. الله وفقنا، وإن شاء الله نتوفق في الجايات بإذن الله.
بإذن الله. بدر، يعني الفرس مكارم كانت يعني هل كانت عندك ثقة كبيرة أن في آخر الأمتار الأخيرة راح تاخذ صدارة هذا الشوط؟
خليني أكون صريح معك صراحة، الفرس ممكن مرشحة أنها ترقم صراحة في الشوط خامس رابع. الشوط طلع سريع، الفرس عندها السبيد، يمكن 80% من فوز الفرس صراحة الخيال. تصرف جميل من الخيال، انتظر على الفرس، كان عنده ثقة في الفرس. نشوف الخيل كلها طلبوا منها بدري، هي كانت في الانتظار. آخر 300 متر طلب منها، الحمد لله رب العالمين قدرت تتجاوز الخيل وتاخذ المركز.
وهذا ندلدل على المدرب بدر بلوشي. شكرا لك يا بدر
حبيبي، الله يسلمك.
الحين يمديك تسرج
ان شاء الله.
شكرا لك. اذا الساده الحضور ومن يتابع هذه التغطيه الجميله من قبل نادي السباق ونادي السباق الفروسيه، هذا المكان الذي قاعد يجمع الابطال من شتى بقاع الارض. حابين ننوه ان شاء الله في اخر في نهايه اليوم، في نهايه هذه الامسيه وهذه الاشواط الكبيره، راح نشهد باذن الله فعاليات ناريه وكذلك درون شو، وايضا راح يكون في شو جميل، لان الجميل يستحق الجميل، وانتم سبب في هذه الفعاليه الجميله. شكرا لكم، ابقوا على الموعد في نهايه اليوم، موعدنا ان شاء الله.
Now, I know it looks like musical chairs because we switched around again.
This has not been the plan. This has not been the
Yeah.
plan, by the way. This has just happened organically, which is really, really nice.
It's like we're all on trial.
You are the boss today.
Yeah. For these 2 minutes?
For 3 minutes, yes. You
Okay.
deserve
No,
it.
for these 3 minutes, I'll take it. For these 3 minutes, I'll take it.
So the sun's going. Obviously, the floodlights are on. It's getting dark. Re the light show that we've just seen what we might be expecting. What's coming up later on, Mark?
I have the expectation of a New Year's Eve kind of celebration. I'm a parent of a very young child. I do not make it to midnight on the 31st of December, so this will be my New Year's Eve party this evening with a drone show, light show, laser show, fire show. All of that is happening after 7 o'clock tonight, so it's not just about the races, correct? We have a lot of entertainment still to come.
The kids, the families who attend and be part of this night, and especially, Mark, you have that experience after Doha Port, huh? Did you see the drones, the fireworks, and the show? Trust me, from now to inshallah future, you're going to see this kind of event happening every festival we have in Qatar.
I don't want to be the guy that
so the
has
New
to...
Year for you is going to happen every 3 months.
I get a New Year's every couple of weeks. I don't want to be the guy that has to fire off 300 drones and control that. Can you imagine? The guy that has to control 300 drones.
I had a little sneak preview last night, and it all seemed to go very well. I can also, in that pavilion, I can recommend the food.
Yep.
That's where I snuck off to. Very strong chicken biryani.
Have you had a chance to sneak off?
I already sneak me and Tom to try the best food we have here and that lounge there. And trust me, we need energy to send our energy to the audience, you know?
As soon
Did you
as
have
we-
your biryani or not yet?
Not yet. As soon as we
you're
wrap
gonna
up
have the
here,
best.
Arabic coffee, biryani for me coming up next.
You're just too professional. There you go. Right, runners are heading into the paddock ahead of race number 6. It's for the Thoroughbreds, locally bred Thoroughbreds, Class 2 Sand Championship. Mark Johnson.
And the horses now begin to make the way into the parade ring for race number 6, which is the local Thoroughbred Sand Championship. And once again, we have the sprint distance here of 1,200 metres or 6 furlongs. Now, we were oversubscribed by one horse in this race. Have no news that we're going to need the reserve here, so I presume that we have a field of 14, and we will not need the reserve, number 15, Lawala. So no changes to the main body of the field. The first of them now in the parade ring. Post time here is at 5:45, 8 minutes.
All right, runners have entered the paddock then ahead of our 6th contest. And horse 1 is Al Nasser Al Washiq. Jim Crowley taking the ride for this horse's first start on the dirt.
إذن والآن مع الجواد الأول الناصر الوشيك المدرب جوليان سمارت المالك خليفة بن شعيل بن خليفة الكواري والخيال جيم كرولي.
Next up, we have horse number 2, who I think is behind. A few still entering the paddock, as you can see, but they will find their orders soon enough. And we're going to go to Dergam Boutela. That's horse number 3, the mount of Lucas Delosier for Ibrahim Khaled Al-Hamed.
والآن مع الجواد الثالث ضرغام بوثيلة المالك السيد صبحية عوض إبراهيم المدرب إبراهيم خالد الأحمد والخيال لوكاس.
Horse number 2 there is in shot. It's the son of Mason. That's Babel Ryan for Maxime Guillon, looking for a double, and Badr Abalouchi has been in form.
والآن مع الجواد الثاني باب الريان المالك السيد عبد اللطيف حسين زين العمادي المدرب بدر البلوشي والخيال مكسيم جوين.
There is Halab, he's a tall son of Trade Storm for Alberto Sanna, having another go on the dirt, was on the grass last time.
ومع هلاب المالك الشيخ فيصل بن حمد بن جاسم بن ثاني آل ثاني المدرب محمد خالد الأحمد والخيال البرتو سنا.
5 is Hazem Al Rayyan. He's a son of Mandor. He's one of the oldest here. He's an 8-year-old under Saleh Salem Al Mari.
ومع حزم العريق المالك السادة راعي الحصان ريسنج المدرب مبارك بن زايد العوامي والخيال صالح سالم المري.
And there's horse number 6. That is Hercule. Another trade storm in the field. Locally bred horse Marco Casamento taking the ride for Mohamed Ghazali.
ومع الجواد السادس هركيول المالك السيد عبد العزيز محمد خالد الغانم المعاضيد المدرب محمد الغزالي والخيال ماركو.
Jockeys receiving their instructions then, or just having a chat? Don't know. Horse number 7 is Majul Al Zaim for Abdul Kabir Ben Labi. He's a son of Hockney, a 9-year-old as well, Mohammed Al Sulaiti.
ومع الجواد السابع مجهول الزعيم المالك السادة مربط شرق المدرب محمد بن عبد الله السليطي والخيال عبد الكبير بن العربي.
8 is Mater, a son of Footsteps in the Sand. He's 7. Shepan Mazur takes the ride for Hamad Al Jahani. He's drawn in 8, so not too bad, not too wide.
ومع مطر المالك السيد أحمد حسن المالك الجاني المدرب حمد الجاني والخيال شتيبان مازور.
And we'll see Tafahum back on the dirt, having tried the turf the last couple of starts. And has a tongue tie and a visor on, walking around nice and calmly, horse 9. Tafahum, Tom Marquand in the saddle.
تفاهم Tom, which mean understanding. المالك السادة مربط إنجاز المدرب جهاد خالد الأحمد والخيال توم ماركن.
I like that, understanding. That's a nice name. There we are. Number 10 is Usheka for Fala Buganem. And he's drawn 12, so one inside Tafahum. Again, not ideal, he's back on the dirt.
الشيقر المالك السيد محمد عبد الله العبد الملك المدرب محمد خالد الأحمد والخيال فالح بغني.
Horse 11 is Doha. Now, she's gone out already. There she is, daughter of Dragon Pulse, this mare. She looks okay. She's got cheek pieces on, as you can see. She's the mount of Stefan Lajaj.
ومع دوحة المالك السيدة صبحية عوض إبراهيم المدرب إبراهيم خالد الأحمد والخيال ستيفان لاجد.
Horse 12 is Shaker, a daughter of Lawada Zanamo for Jefferson Smith and Saeed Al-Shafi, having another go on the dirt.
ومع شيخة المالك السادة مربط العز المدرب سعيد الشافي والخيال جيفرسون سميث.
Couple more, just the one more to run through here. As the floodlights are fully on, drones passing overhead again. The drone shot's been excellent tonight, I thought. They really help you understand how a race was run, as well as providing some pretties. Wadar is number 13. Sufyan Sadi taking the ride.
ومع وضحة للمالك السيد سيف بن راشد سيف آل سيف الخيارين المدرب حمد الجهني والخيال سفيان سعدي.
So, crowd out in force just around the paddock, getting a closer shot of some of these runners and riders as the bell has gone and the jockeys are getting up on board. I can hear the drone. There it is.
ومع أجال المالك السيد علي بن سعيد الجفال النعيم المدرب أحمد قبيسي.
Does add the drone shots so much, I think, to...
There are surprises, Tom, in this night.
Yeah, let's hope not. But it does add so much to, as I say, the running of the race as well, when you get to see how a horse gets a position in the race. Just mucking around a little bit there, I think, is Shaker. And she may have just set off Wada behind her. They're okay, they're heading out onto the track, but I suppose for some of these horses, a busier night and racing under the lights and floodlights can be a different experience. Tell me, Abdullah, is it normally out here that you race the afternoon through into the evening? So most of them will have experienced the floodlights before.
Exactly. See, Tom and Mark and lovely audience that in Qatar, especially here, which we have many racing, like it's probably 3 days a week, Wednesday and Thursday and Saturday. And it's usually started from 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. until 8 p.m. sometimes until 9. It depends about how many horses, how many racing, number of racing you have in the night.
Because it can be a very different experience, particularly a lot of the horses that come out from, obviously these are locally bred horses, but in particular the thoroughbreds who have been bought from the UK, the horses in training sales, to come out and experience the way of racing out here, which is predominantly done in the evening.
Yeah.
Big crowds with the lights for the first time. Some of them handle it fine, but some of them it's a very different
This
experience.
is how you see in the beginning, Tom, like some of the horses, they got nervous because of the sound, because the vibes, because they are like, for them, it's the first time to attend the races, the racing here in Qatar. So this kind of vibes, they are not used to it, especially for the who first time to attend this racing.
That was a great shot there of what they're going to do to the turf track and just how it's railed out for then fresh ground on the inside through into Saturday for the big day of racing. Ah, wave!
Oh, wow.
That's
Thank you
lovely.
for the kiss.
There you are. Big smiles as well.
Amazing.
Happy race
This is what
goers.
we're talking about. The lovely mom, the lovely sister, the lovely kids, the lovely parents, the lovely ladies, the lovely gentlemen. They are here attending. Even they don't have experience, by the way. The vibes give them that nice experience about the show and about what's going on in the racing.
Right. And another wave.
Oh,
and
wow.
a big
See?
smile.
Thank
Good.
you. I wish that nice lady, the small lady, I mean, the kids, give us kids for our work, you know?
I feel
the lovely girl.
Best
Where is
reaction should win something, I think. There we are. Maybe
the-
tomorrow. Right.
Yeah.
Let's get up and join Mark Johnson ahead
Yeah.
of race number 6. Mark.
Let's talk to our director to give us a beauty shot of the audience who's attending the... Yeah, Martin? He's laughing now in the Obi
We'll
van.
work on it. Mark's waiting for us. Mark,
Yeah,
come
give
in.
us some beauty shot, man. We want to see the kids, gentlemen, ladies, families.
Well, the horse is now arriving at the start for race number 6, the local Thoroughbred Stand Championship Sprint, 1,200 metres. I will concentrate on the equine athletes as, once again, we take a look at the flags that are representing the nations here over the next 3 days. It's already been quite a meeting for local trainer Badr Al-Balushi. He could well have a great chance of making it 3 on the night here with number 2, Badr Al Rayyan. Badr with a win in the other sprint race just half an hour ago in the gold with the red sleeves and cap. Maxime Guillon aboard Badr Al Rayyan, 6 times career winner, 6 from 32. One of those wins over course and distance. The others have all been on turf. His last win came back in February, which was 11 starts ago. But he has got some really solid form, both on turf and on the dirt. It's also significant that Maxime Guillon has only ridden him once, and he won that day when he rode him to win here over 1,400 metres. So they could well be the dream team walking towards us there at the head of affairs with the noseband. That is number 2, Badr Al Rayyan, and the trainer, Badr Al-Balushi, could not be in any better form, having already had a double here this evening, taking him on to 16 winners for the domestic season. Not such a specialist trip this for the thoroughbreds as it might be for the purebred Arabians, simply because more thoroughbreds do sprint for the whole of their careers. Here is number 13, Wadha, walking towards us, one of the mares. She was runner-up in this race 12 months ago. She's won 7 times. 4 of those wins have come over course and distance. She has Sufyan Sadi aboard for Hamad Al-Jahani. She's got a great draw today, Wadha, and with the reigning champion not in this particular contest this time around, it was a horse called Doghan who won 12 months ago. She's got to have a great chance of going one better. Black and red starred colours belongs to last year's 4th in this race, Ushaker. It's arguable, but Ushaker might be in slightly better form than he was when he ran in this race 12 months ago and could only finish 4th. He's ridden by Fala Bugenheim, but as we saw in the Arabian version of this dirt sprint half an hour ago, a wide post is a very, very difficult post to overcome in these sprints, and Ushaker has not got a great draw. Fala Bugenheim is another rider who's going to have to work out a trip here coming from post number 12. Purple and orange colours, which belongs to Lucas Delosier, who's looking for a double of wins in our sprint races on Dergam Boutaila, who finished 9th in this race last year. That was actually one of Durgan Butaila's worst runs, 6 times career winner. Blue and white colours, Majul Al-Zaim has gone in with Abdel Kabir Beniabi, followed in by Durgan Butaila as they load up at the 1200 metre start. Last year's 4th, Shaker goes in. So about the first third of the field are loaded. The stripe colours of the mare Shaker going in next with Jefferson Smith, a wide draw for Shaker. Al-Nazar Al-Washik goes into stall 2 with Jim Crowley. Nearest to us, the black and gold colours of Hazem Al-Uraik, already in the starting stalls, with Salah Al-Mari, the apprentice, aboard this 3 times winner. Has won over course and distance. This is Doha going in. Doha, who went to the start a long way ahead of the others. She's a very, very flighty mare, but she's handled the prelims pretty well. Last year's runner-up, Wadha, will it be her night tonight? She goes into stall number 3. Next in, the Diablo Silks of Hercule and Marco Casamento into gate 7. Hercule just 2 wins from 21 career starts. He is 0 for 6 on the dirt. Tafarhum going in with Tom Marquand, drawn in 14. Widest of all, Tafarhum, who's won 2 out of 28. And he's 0 for 6 on dirt. The starred colours of Halab, 6 in this race last year with Alberto Sanna. 2 back, waiting on Bab Al Rayyan and Mater. Bab Al Rayyan due into stall number 5 with Maxime Guillon and Stepan Merzier and Mater on this son of Footsteps in the Sand. Prolific winning racehorse and then sire here in Qatar. His progeny Mater going into stall number 8 to complete the line. Thoroughbred sprinters in the gate. And they're off and sprinting. Mater broke very slowly, also not that fast away towards the rail. Al-Nazar Al-Washik. Flashing early speed in the centre. Durgan Butaila has claimed the early lead. Giving chase is Doha. Towards that one's outside, Majul Al-Zaim. Ridden along is Wadha, last year's runner-up towards the inside rail. Halab is next, then Bab Al Rayyan. But Bab Al Rayyan is eating a lot of kickback from that position with 700 metres to go. Durgan Butaila clears away, leads by 3. Doha giving chase in second. Majul Al-Zaim around the outside in third. Wadha, last year's runner-up, is in 4th. Halab made the turn in 5th. Bab Al Rayyan is in 6th as they turn in, and it is Durgan Butaila, the one to catch with 300 to go. Doha still giving chase. Wadha down the wide outside begins to wind up. Bab Al Rayyan right against the inside rail from a long way back. Hazem Al-Uraik, but it is Durgan Al Butaila, only 9th last year, but he wins tonight. Durgan Butaila wins, a double in the sprint for Lucas Delosier. It may be that Wadha was second yet again. Bab Al Rayyan stayed on towards the inside rail with Hazem Al-Uraik just in behind. Well, 12 months ago, it was one of the worst runs of his career for Durgan Butaila, who blew out in this race and could finish only 9th. But this year, given a really positive ride from stall 10 by Lucas Delosier, Durgan Butaila has won now for the 7th time in his career. Winner here for Ibrahim El Ahmed, and Lucas Delosier bagging both the sprints on today's card. Durgan Butaila now 7 for 30 in his career. All his wins have come sprinting on dirt. 5 of them, now 6 of them, over course and distance. He'd also won at Al Uqda. He can put the disappointment of 12 months ago firmly behind him. Wadha, second in this race for the 2nd year running. Bab Al Rayyan in third looked as though he was absolutely hating the kickback. He was taking a lot of it on the inside, and Maxime Guillon just could not get out from that inside rail. He saved ground, but it looked as though Bab Al Rayyan just did not appreciate the run through that race. Unofficially, it is 3:13:2. We'll confirm that in a few minutes.
Yeah, great performance from the winning horse, Dergam Boutela. And again, well, Lucas knows what to do now. Having won our previous race, we'll just get our groom out to collect the horse. That may well have been the winning owner, Mrs. Sabeh Awad Ibrahim, who we saw there, celebrating. And another sprint success. You walk on, that's perfect, thank you. Lucas, well done, another sprint.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, yes. Oh, very nice. But this one before, we never know, we are never sure, but he's the best sprinter on local here in Qatar. He's very, very fast. Today the ramp is very deep, and then this is why they are difficult to back from behind. But very nice.
My last question to you, how important is a good early position on the dirt?
Yes, but with some strong horse is important. With him is really important because he's very fast, and what you win from the start, you win from the lane, you know.
Well done.
An outstanding performance, and let's welcome then into the winner's circle your winner from race number 6, horse number 3.
Seen in the weighing room as winning rider Lucas Delosier just about to follow Jim Crowley onto the scales. That double here in our 2 sprints this evening, significant in the Jockeys Championship. That double puts Lucas Delosier now onto 34 winners, so he now goes to the head of the Jockeys Championship. He goes 1 ahead of Sufyan Sadi. Lucas now on 34. Here is the full result of race 6, the local Thoroughbred Sand Championship, a sprint over 1,200 metres on the dirt. First, number 3, Dergam Boutela, ridden by Lucas Delosier. Second, number 13, Wadha. Third, number 2, Bab Al Rayyan. Fourth was number 8, Meta. And the 5th horse was 5, Hazm Al Uraik. 3:13:2 and 8 were the numbers. The run time 1 minute 12.52 seconds. 1:12.52. Race 6 is now official.
We will be getting going with the presentation soon enough and meet the winning owner, who we saw very emotional after that success. That's brilliant to see. That's what it means to win out here. And frankly, it was pretty comfortable in the end with Dergam Boutela in a very good position under Lucas Delosier. He's ridden a quick-fire double and a best-ever season out here for him now with a 34th success, overtaking the 33 he had a couple of years ago. And it was pretty plain sailing in the end, with the eventual second just having a little too much to do. The winner was drawn 10, so it's a good ride to get handy on this son of Soviet Secret, just about the oldest horse in the field. Back in second was Wadar, who'd come out of stall number 3. But they couldn't reel in Miss Dergan Boutela in the colours of Mrs. Sabia Awad Ibrahim. And we'll commence with the presentation soon enough when we've got our winning rider over. A double on the card for him. We've had doubles tonight for a few individuals. Badr Abalushi's had a double, and now Lucas Delosier has had a double. That's the drone shot, which tells you so much about how a race was run. Not necessarily when the winner is in front, but it does allow you to see a horse making a move and how much ground they're making up, in particular down the wide outside. Not easy here, though, on that inner dirt track to make up the ground because of the nature of it being a slightly shorter straight. The turf course is on the outside. There is Mrs. Sabia Awad Ibrahim, absolutely delighted with that. And a fantastic moment for all involved, with the win of Dergan Boutela.
As we await for the winning combination to make their way onto the presentation podium, and it's proving to be a very fruitful and eventful afternoon for Lucas Delosier, winning now in race 6 on horse number 3, after having just won race number 5 on horse number 11. Once again, we thank you and welcome all of our sponsors and partners here this weekend that are playing part with us at His Highness's the Amir Sword Festival. We will welcome the winners onto the presentation podium in a few moments' time.
Right, time to make the presentation then for our 6th race. Please welcome the Director of Operation at Al Shakab, Saif Al-Naimi, to make the presentation, and presenting first of all to the winning rider, who's just getting a congratulatory kiss from the owner. Please welcome to the stage once again, Lucas Delosier. Well done to Lucas. And we'll see him again shortly as we welcome to the stage the winning trainer of Dergan Boutela, Ibrahim Khaled Al-Ahmed. And the winning owner. It's a real family affair, the mother of the trainer. Please welcome to the stage, Mrs. Sabia Awad Ibrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, they'll come together once again. Huge congratulations to Mrs. Ibrahim and to the winning trainer, Ibrahim Khaled Al-Ahmed, and the winning rider, Lucas Delosier. A real family success here at Al Rayyan Racecourse for Dergan Boutela.
They're off racing. ينطلق سادس أشواط هذه الأمس هي البطولة الرملية للخيل المهجنة الأصيلة لإنتاج محلي. انطلاقة غير موفقة تماما لمطر. إذا الانطلاقة والمركز الأول في هذه الأثناء مع درغام بوثيلة للسيدة صبحية عوض إبراهيم على الصدارة وعلى المركز الأول. يتبعها نفس الشعار هذه المرة مع دوحة أيضا لصبحية عوض إبراهيم، هذه المرة مع ستيفان لاجاج. يتبعها من الجهة الخارجية الشعار الأزرق مجهول الزعيم متواجد في ثالث المراكز. رابعا يأتينا التقدم من خلال وضحة لسيف بن راشد الخيارين. خامس المراكز
للشيخ فيصل بن حمد بن جاسم الثاني مع هلاب، وسادسا باب الريان يتبعهم من الجهة الخارجية وجهة التقدم يبدو لي انها هيركيول. عودة للصدارة وعودة للمركز الأول، الصدارة لا تزال مع ضرغام بوثيلة على المركز الأول وعلى الصدارة. المحاولة في المركز الثاني مع دوحة في محاولة قوية، ولكن صبحية عوض إبراهيم حتى الآن على المركز الأول والثاني. باب الريان قادم بكل قوة من الجهة الداخلية وأيضا واضحة، ولكن الصدارة والمركز الأول لا تزال مع الجواد ضرغام بوثيلة. المحاولة من واضحة ولكن متأخرة تماما. الصدارة والمركز الأول مع ضرغام بوثيلة إلى المركز الأول.
A beautiful look as to how the sun is set over the city of Qatar. The lights switched on in the main VIP area. A wonderful, wonderful area to have some great food, some drink, as we mentioned, a real family affair here today at the His Highness Amir Sword Festival, taking place over the next 2 days. And then there we see some of the fans queuing up just outside the winner's circle with race 7, I beg your pardon, coming up at a few moments' time. That is where our next race winner will make their way into the winner's circle a little bit later on tonight. 7 race on its way. And how about a little bit of violin as well? You want a classical feel, a classical touch to the festival this weekend? Nothing says classical than that of a violin player. I believe that the winners and owners are standing by for a quick interview as well. So as we enjoy the violin music, let's come through and chat to the winners, the owners, of course, of race number 6.
رجعنا لكم جمهورنا العزيز بعد ما انتهى الشوط السادس بفوز الوالدة صبحية، والحين معي ولدها اياد الأحمد. يا مرحبا، حياك الله ونهنيك هذا الفوز ونبارك لك.
الله يبارك فيك والحمد لله على الفوز، واهدي الفوز للوالده والوالد والاخوان كلهم والاهل الفروسيه كامله.
انا اشوف فرحه الوالده اليوم ما توصف ما شاء الله، شفت الفرحه في عيونه.
والله فرحه الوالده عندنا غاليه علينا، الوالده يعني فرحتها كبيره عندنا، الحمد لله اهم شيء تكون مبسوطه عندنا. تستاهل خير، الله يرحمها.
اخذ كلامها. يا مرحبا، حياك الله. تعالي جنبي، تعالي عال بركه، عال بركه.
الوجوه الطيبه والمس الطيب وشفتكم وشو الحمد لله أنا أعتز فيكم.
تستاهلين هذا الفوز.
عيالي والحمد لله نحن كلنا بالفروسية.
الله يبارك في عيالك إن شاء الله.
رب العالمين. أنا أركع كل يوم لربي وأقول له من فضل رب العالمين. الحمد لله الحمد لله الحمد لله.
أشوف فرحة في عيونك قبل شوي وأنت رافعة يديش.
الحمد لله رب العالمين. اللهم لك
متبوع إن شاء الله بغيره.
الله يجبر خاطرك ويطول عمرك وإن شاء الله الله يعطيهم لا يرضيهم عيالي ويعطي كل إنسان ونحن نتمنى الفوز للجميع.
كلنا مبسوطين بفوزك اليوم.
والله العظيم أنا كمان مبسوطة فيكم.
الله يطول عمرك.
أنا هاي النادي عمري وحياتي فيه.
الله يطول عمرك وإن شاء الله.
النادي عمري وحياتي بقطر وبأهل قطر.
الله يعطيك العافية.
أنا أنتم عزوتي وتاج راسي. الله يبارك فيكم.
الله يطول عمرك ان شاء الله ويمدك في الصحه والعافيه وان شاء الله هذا الناموس متبوع ان شاء الله بغيره.
ان شاء الله يا رب ان شاء الله.
تستاهلين تستاهلين.
لك شكرا شكرا جزيلا. طول عمرك. شكرا.
تفضل يعطيك الكاس. شكرا لك يا مرحبا حياكم الله نبارك لكم هذا الفوز نبارك للوالده صبحيه على هذا الانجاز ومتبوع ان شاء الله ان شاء الله ارجع لكم بعد الشوط السابع ان شاء الله.
Smiles all around and trophies being handed out left, right and center as we get to enjoy some more of the entertainment available to us here this evening at His Highness's the Amir Sword Festival. It shows you the importance, what it means to these owners, what it means to these trainers to win these races, Tom, doesn't it?
Do you know, but it's so important because wherever you are in the world, you have owners and trainers who are used to winning races and who, of course, it means a lot to them, but they can be a bit more stoic about it and have a bit more resolve. But we love to see emotion and pure emotion.
Absolutely.
And that's what we got there from our winning owner. And yeah, plenty more of that to come, hopefully. These are some highlights of the last race. These were moments before it and the horses making their way around. And then we know what happened. There was the winning rider. But yeah, that's whatever sport, whatever discipline it is, emotion carries the story of the day.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're enjoying what's taking place inside the actual sand ring, but as you say, it's the stories outside of that. It's the smiles, it's the fans, it's the waves that we have particularly enjoyed here this afternoon thus far. And all the smiles as well. I'm enjoying the smile, the wave cams that are taking place as we expect these crowds to grow and grow throughout the rest of the week, Tom.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Saturday is going to be fairly packed with a strong international contingent, and there'll be plenty more locals in here as well for what is ultimately the biggest day of the 3 days Highness the Amir Sword Festival, with the trophy and the sword providing a climax to these 3 days. They were the closing stages of race number 6, and we've got 2 more to come. So we're going to have the next up, as far as race number 7 goes, again, established, slightly older horses here for the Thoroughbred Arabian Sand Championships. So on the sand, the best Arabians around. And off the back of that, we'll have the race for the Thoroughbreds. Who else is in tonight? There we are. That's a live shot just in front of the pavilion. And
Tom, you and I are in contention
lampshade
for the fancy dress award, are we?
Now, there is a best hat competition on Saturday.
Are you and I entering the best hat competition?
If I can have that hat, yes, because I'll win.
That is a clear winner as far as the best hat competition is concerned. Let's keep our eye and our focus now on race number 7.
Right, here's Mark.
And so we move on to the featured race on the dirt for the Purebred Arabians. This is the Purebred Arabian Sand Championship, run over 1,700 metres or a mile and a 16th. Have a full field of 14 horses to go to post. There are no changes to the main body of the field. We do not need the reserves. 15 Akbar, scratch the 16 Al Malhouf. So no changes to the main body, scratching the reserves 15 and 16. First, the horses have now made their way into the paddock for the Purebred Arabian Sand Championship. The post time is at 6:27 minutes.
Right, Abdul Rahman and I standing by for race number 7. This is AJS Majawi, the mount of Shebam Mazur. First go on the dirt, number 1.
إذن مع الجواد الأول في هذا الشوط السابع مسافة 1700 متر AJS مداوي. المالك السادة مربط الجريان المدرب محمد حمد خليفة العطية والخيال شتيبان.
2 handlers for horse number 1. And as is by and large always the case, horse number 2 making his way around. That is 7-year-old Al Hafar, French-bred horse, the mount of Fale Bouganem.
ومع الجواد التالي الحفار المالك السيد أحمد حسن المالكي الجهني المدرب حمد الجهني والخيال فالح بوغنيم.
There is 3, the grey son of AF Al Bahar, that is Baha Al Jazra. Marco Casamento rides for Gassim Ghazali.
بحر الجسرة للمالك السيد ناصر سعيد محمد سعيد العيدة والمدرب جاسم الغزالي والخيال ماركو.
There's horse number 4, that is Baker du Solari for Jefferson Smith. Drawn is stalled number 2, maybe no bad thing for Osama Al Dafea.
ومع الجواد التالي بيكر دو سلوري المالك المهندس أسامة عمر اسماعيل الدفع المدرب المهندس أسامة الدفع والخيال جيفرسون سميث.
Nice big field again, going to post here. Great to see full fields, makes the racing all the more interesting. Horse 5 is Bucanero, French-bred, who is also a son of AF Al Bahar, and Lucas de Lozier takes the ride.
ومع الجواد التالي بوكانيرو المالك السيد ناصر سيف عبد الله راشد الكبيسي المدرب محمد الغزالي والخيال لوكاس.
There is Lucas de Lozier, who's going to get the leg up soon enough. Tom Marquand will ride Hidalgo du Croet, who has had a good few goes on the dirt so far. Fundamentally needs to improve on what we've seen so far.
ومع الجواد التالي هيدالغو دو كروات المالك السيد خليفة بن شعيل بن خليفة الكواري والمدرب جوليان سمارت ومع الخيال توم ماركتن.
There is the back of Jim Crowley, who will be riding Qatar de Forge. This is Emperor de Buzul for Thomas Lukaszek. Has run okay since switch to the dirt. Rated 91, so a little bit defined with the principles, but not a huge amount.
ومع الجواد التالي امبيدور دو بوزول المالك السيد محمد عبد الهادي سعد الهاجري والمدرب حمد الجهني والخيال توماس لوكاسك.
Everyone behaving themselves pretty well. Number 8 is the mount of Jim Crowley, who we saw a few moments ago. He'll come out of stall number 9, son of No Risk Al Mori, who's a good sire in this division. That's Qatar de Forge.
ومع الجواد التالي خطر دي فورج المالك السيد خليفة بن شعيل بن خليفة الكواري والمدرب جوليان سمارت وكذلك الخيال جيم كرولي.
There were the Mr. Khalifa bin Shayal Al-Kuwari jockeys. 9 is Midras. Mirko Sana rides for Hadi Al-Ramzani.
ومع الجواد التاسع مدراس المالك السادة غزوان ريسينج المدرب هادي الرمزاني والخيال ميركو سنا.
Few horses just making their way out onto the track then. We'll come to 10, Nijinsky Al-Mori. Have to go some to be a Nijinsky, but this horse has got plenty of quality. As a listed winner on this surface, and Maxime Guillon takes the ride.
ومع الجواد العاشر نيجينسكي الموري المالك السيد محمد بن فهد بن عبد الله حمد العطية والمدرب محمد الغزالي والخيال مكسيم قوين.
11 has Stefan Lajaj about to get the leg up on his horse, who is a son of Dahes, and Gazim Ghazali trains for Al Ghazali stud.
ومع الجواد الحادي عشر صياد المالك السادة مربط الغزالي المدرب جاسم الغزالي والخيال ستيفان.
Shalan carries the same colours. It's Nasser Ghazali who trains and Ivan Rossi who rides. This 6-year-old son of Amir is already out on the track, having a first go on the dirt.
ومع الجواد التالي رقم 12 شعلان المالك السادة مربط الغزالي المدرب ناصر الغزالي والخيال إيفان روسي.
Shalan is rated 92, so too is son Amir for Sufyan Sadi. Badr al-Balushi trains. He's looking for a treble on the day.
ومع الجواد الثالث عشر صن عامر المالك السيد خالد محمد سلطان الحرمي المدرب بدر البلوشي والخيال سفيان سعدي.
And getting some weight here is horse number 14, a 4-year-old in the field. Now that is young for these purebred Arabians, but this horse, whilst it wasn't the best handicap he won last time, he is very much on the improve. Alberto Sana in the saddle.
ومع الجواد الأخير في الشوط السابع مسافة 1700 متر رملي باهي المالك السيد حمد أحمد حسن المالكي الجهني والمدرب أحمد الجهني والخيال البرتسنان. إذا السادة الحضور، جائزة تبلغ 100,000 دولار. من سيكون صاحب الحظ والتوفيق في هذا الشوط مسافة 1700 متر في هذه الأمسية الجميلة لسيف حضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد المفدى الشيخ تميم بن حمد، وهذا المهرجان الكبير في أولى أيامه.
So you see that 4-year-old, he carries just 54 kilos, which is 8 stone 7. That's a nice light weight for Alberto Sanna to do, but he can do it. And obviously getting weight all around because this horse is a 4-year-old in the field, Bahi. As I said, he knows how to win on this surface, did do last time, and did do so by 5.5 lengths. This is a huge step up, but he's a very interesting runner, the 4-year-old, given that he should carry on improving. Comes out of stall number 5. So loading process will begin soon enough. Post time is just a couple of minutes away. And you can see the start just to the right of the stall. So they go into that bend pretty quickly for this 1,700-metre contest. We're not too far away from the start. We'll head up and join Mark.
Oh, the start is so important for this race, Tom, because the horse we're looking at there, the blue with the white star, is the reigning champion. This is Maiden Al Rayyan, who won this race 12 months ago. But the problem is, the draw they probably didn't want is the draw that most people would want. Stall number 1, because as he's getting older, he is getting a habitually slow starter. And last time out, when he just missed in a race, went down by a neck when finishing second, he spotted the whole field about 5 or 6 lengths. If he does that here, he's going to get in a very bad position. He's going to eat a lot of kickback. And Maxime Guillon, as good as he is, the Cravache d'Or, is going to have to really be a bit of a worker of magic to get out of a bad position. If you can get him revved up, Maiden Al Rayyan is the horse they've all got to beat. He put up his best performance, arguably, of his entire career when he won this race 12 months ago. But it's all about the start for him, and it's interesting that Guillon, you can see, is just jogging him around to keep him very much on edge a little, just to get him revved up. Here's number 3, Bahar Al Jazra. He won race 3 on this card 12 months ago, one of the maiden races. He is steadily going through the ranks. He represents Jazim Ghazali, who's had, by his standards, a pretty quiet day so far. Marco Casamento aboard, Bahar Al Jazra, another horse who has got solidity of form over this particular dirt course. He's won 2 of his 12 career starts. They were mentioning down in the paddock the 14, Bahi, and Bahi, as Tom said a few minutes ago, is a very interesting runner because he is the only 4-year-old. Therefore, he is the classic generation for purebred Arabians. They do everything a year later than Thoroughbred, so the classic generation is the 4-year-olds. He's won 3 times already this season. All of those wins have come on dirt. He is by the brilliant, fast TM Fred Texas, who has been a really, really important sire of Arabian horses here in Qatar for many, many years, and of course in France and in the United States. His progeny need very little introduction, and amazingly, given that TM Fred Texas himself was probably best around 2 turns, most Arabian racing in America is run around 1 turn, but he was a very, very good horse, going 2 turns as well. Winner of the first ever purebred Arabian race to ever be held at Churchill Downs, in the shadow of the twin spires at Churchill, the home of the Kentucky Derby. Then he's a very, very interesting player here for Ahmed Al-Jahani and Alberto Sanna. He's breaking from stall 5. Going forward now is Qatar de Forge. Towards the outside is last year's 9th, Sayard, one of the last ones to move in. They're moving in very quickly here. Last year's winner, Maiden Al Rayyan, is just about going to be the last. He goes into stall 1. Watch the inside. The blue and white, the horse with the blue headgear, the reigning champion. Will he break on terms? They're in the gate. And they're off, and Najinski Al-Mori blew the start in the Purebred Arabian Sand Championships over 1,700, and Najinski Al-Mori is in the cheap seats, and he has spotted them all, 8 lengths. They go towards the turn, and there's a real battle on for the lead. On the inside, Baker Al-Solari, taken on by AJS Medawi. Between horses is Hidalgo de Croat, and also the 4-year-old Bahi is right up there. So too in the mix around the outside, Empedor de Bazul. 5 of them want the lead, stalking towards the inside. Bahar Al Jazra, he's racing just alongside Sun Aimer. Then towards the outside is Sayard, and still the back marker, Najinski Al-Mori. At the moment, he is about 15 lengths off the leaders who battle down the back stretch. Baker Al-Solari against the inside rail, taken on by AJS Medawi with the big white blaze. Towards the outside, Infidor de Bazul, the 4-year-old Bahi has backed out of it. He's now back to 4th, make it 5th as some Aimer makes ground. Around the outside is Sayard. Next in the field, now finding a bit of daylight, Dehar Al Jazra having to go around the horses. He's being followed by Al Hafar as they make the turn in, and it is Baker de Solari, last year's 4th, who leads. AJS Medawi around the outside. Sun Aimer and Sofian Sadi are poised to pounce on the outside, and now the champion Najinski Al-Mori is beginning to stay on. He's got 300 metres to peg back the leaders. He's running out of real estate. Sun Aimer has got the lead, still closing Najinski Al-Mori, but the line is coming for Sun Aimer and Sofian Sadi, and racing up towards the line. Sun Aimer is going to take the Purebred Sun Championship, a treble on the evening for Badr Al-Balushi. Sun Aimer wins. Najinski Al-Mori threw it away at the break. Staying on from a long way back was Bucanero. Sun Aimer, number 13, a son of the great Aimer, is the winner of the Purebred Arabian Sand Championship, ridden to victory by Sofian Sadi. And what a tremendous evening on day 1 of His Highness the Amir Sword Festival for trainer Badr Al-Balushi. This, the biggest Purebred Arabian race of the evening, and Sun Aimer travelled like a dream. But it's not just the story of the winner, it is also the story of the second, Najinski Al-Mori, who surrendered around about 8 lengths to his foes in the early part of the race and absolutely flew. They went incredibly quick, and it was rather a survival of the fittest, but he ran out of time, Najinski Al-Mori. The new champion is Sun Aimer, number 13. We'll confirm the result shortly.
Yeah, really good race, which, well, it wasn't to be for the defending champion. It did look that way, didn't it, as Mark said in commentary, that he wasn't quite going to get there. And ultimately just had too much to do. But a good performance at the finish from the winner, who we'll grab a word with very shortly. And just coming on our outside here, well done to Sofia, another good season for him. And we'll just get hold of this horse and then have a chat with Sofian Sadi. He's having a great season, and hey, well done, Sofian. You had a good position in the race.
Yeah, I was really enjoying today, especially at this race because I'm traveling very easy and I can put him behind Stepan and move out like smooth race for him, and he gave me a good turn of foot for the end.
Were you aware of the horse closing you down at the finish, or was he just too far back? Could you even hear him coming?
Yeah, I can hear they are coming, and I don't want to let anyone to come, so I make my job until the end.
Tell me about this first day of the 3-day festival for you. How do you feel about it here? Obviously, you're riding out here throughout the season, but this feels a bit more special, no?
Yeah, today we feel we are special week for everybody, but we try to give our best, and we're having good shape, so it's good to finish the end for me with a winner.
Sofian, well done.
Thanks.
An outstanding performance from Sufyan Sadi as we now welcome in your winner for race number 7 back into the winner's circle, Son Amir, horse number 13.
Son Amir's success there. Another one this year for the winning rider, Sufyan Sadi. It's his 6th full season out here. He's an established part of the furniture in Qatar racing, and he's making his way into to weigh in this first win of the night for him. We've still got one more race to go as Sufyan weighs in. Huge contingent of French riders out here, also Italian. Big European scene out here, as well as some local riders. And that's only going to grow over the next few days as we build to a real international day on Saturday. A reminder, don't go anywhere after the last race. There will be a light show and a fire show for you, but we've still got one more race to go.
The full result of race 7, the Purebred Arabian Sand Championship, over 1,700 metres on the dirt. First, number 13, Son Amir. Second, number 10, Najinski Al Mori. Third, number 5, Bucanero. Fourth, number 1, AJS Medawi. And fifth was number 2, Al Hafar. 13, 10, 5 and 1 were the numbers. The run time, 1 minute, 56.98 seconds. 1:56.98. Race 7 is now official.
So as far as the race went, Mark Johnson really highlighted how it may pan out for you, because it was all about the fact the reigning champ maybe had the most quality, but was not well drawn for him in stall number 1. And that was exactly how it panned out, because he was slowly away. I mean, for a horse, and you'll just see him coming into shot on the wide outside, to be able to make up that much ground on this track, on this surface, is nigh on impossible. The horse not really helping his rider, but he did finish off the race really well, but always in a better position was Sufyan Sadi on Son Amir, who'd come out of stall number 6. Again, it's that stalking position, just on the outside of the leader, and then a kick into the straight. And if you've got ground to make up, it is not easy. Son Amir, who's a 5-year-old, which is young for these purebred Arabians, should have a lot of upside to him. And we'll see if he can kick on from that performance. Son Amir, a pretty comfortable winner in the end.
And as we wait for our winner's presentation, let's take a moment to thank our sponsors, in particular Qatar Airways, a multiple award-winning airline consistently setting the standard for excellence in aviation. It's been awarded the world's best business class by Skytrax 10 times, alongside being named the best airline in the Middle East, boasting the world's best business class lounge and lounge dining. The airline serves over 170 global destinations from its hub here at the Khabat International Airport in Doha, recognized as the 2nd best airport worldwide in 2023, and holding the title for the world's best airport shopping. We pay tribute and thank Qatar Airways for their continuous support here at His Highness's The Amir Sword Week It has been a wonderful afternoon. Day 1 of 3 almost underway. 7 races done, just one final race to come tonight. The 8th and final race of the evening coming up in just a few moments' time as we continue to build up to a fantastic weekend. Let's head over to the presentation for the winners of race 7.
Right, we'll commence with the presentation. And it's going to be 3 as ever, starting with the trainer, then onto the... starting with the jockey, then onto the trainer, then the owner. And to make the presentation, up on stage is Badr bin Mohammed Al Darwish, the acting CEO at the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club. And he'll be presenting that first trophy to the winning rider. Please welcome to the stage, Sufyan Sadi. Well done to Sufyan for his first success of this 3-day festival and the winning trainer of Sun Amir. Please welcome to the stage, once again, Badr Al-Balushi. Day to remember for Badr, well done to him. And the winning owner of Sun Amir, Mr. Khalid Mohammed Al Rayyan. And once again, everyone will come together for a picture here with an immediately turnaround photo of the success. That is Sufyan, that is Badr Al-Balushi and Mr. Khalid Mohammed Al Rayyan. The winning connections, ladies and gentlemen, of number 13, Sun Amir.
إذن سادة الحضور نبارك صن عامر المالك السيد خالد محمد سلطان الحرمي وكذلك المدرب بدر البلوشي. وأتوقع المدرب بدر يعتبر هو أكثر المدربين تتويجا في هذه الأمسية للمرة الثالثة. بدر ألف مبروك، فوز مستحق إن شاء الله، ناموس دايم، شعور لا يوصف بصراحة بعد الفوز الثالث.
أكيد الحمد لله رب العالمين وما توفيق إلا بالله. الحمد لله اليوم الله وفقني وخيري الحمد لله رب العالمين. حاضرة من 4 مشاركات، يمكن 3 مرات أول، مركز ثالث. الحمد لله رب العالمين، راضين عن النتائج وإن شاء الله يا رب يحالفنا الحظ ونكمل إن شاء الله بكرة واللي عقبه بإذن الله.
بإذن الله. هل راح تكون مشارك إن شاء الله في الشوط الأخير وهو إن شاء الله أن أجمل الأشواط؟
أكيد كنت أتمنى صراحة أشارك في الشوط الأخير. عندي حصان ممكن تعطل عندي في آخر سباق، ولا كان هو بيكون مرشح في الشوط اللي هو إيرنست أولدرت، بس ما الله كتب إنه يشارك في المهرجان، وإن شاء الله بإذن الله في السباقات الجاية يكون حاضر. الحين عندي آخر حصان اليوم اللي هو صن عامر.
قبل شوي كنت أسولف مع عيالك وطلبها المصور كاس، قال إحنا عندنا 3 خذ واحد.
زين.
شعور العيال
كريم زين يعازم على كاس.
يعطيك العافية ومبروك، ودايم إن شاء الله هذا الناموس الدايم بإذن الله.
وياك الله يسلمك، الله يوفق إخواني باقي المدربين والملاك يا رب.
يعطيكم العافية. إذن السادة الحضور ومن يتابع هذه التغطية الجميلة، نبارك المالك السيد خالد محمد سلطان الحرمي وكذلك المدرب صاحب الإنجازات الكثيرة لهذه الأمسية بدر البلوشي. بصراحة مدرب يستحق هذا الفوز الجميل للمرة الثالثة. وصلنا عندكم للشوط السابع وهو الشوط اللي قبل الأخير ذهب إلى الحرمي، الشوط الأخير لهذه الأمسية وهو أجمل وأصعب الأشواط حدة، الشوط الثامن، وراح يبتدي إن شاء الله بعد قليل. كونوا على الموعد.
ذيروف ريسينج ينطلق الآن مشاهدينا الكرام، مستمعينا في كل مكان. الجائزة الرملية للخيل العربية الأصيلة، وتأخر تماما لنجسكي الموري أكثر من ما هو المتوقع. إذن الصدارة والمركز الأول نشاهدها الآن مع AGS مداوي على الصدارة وعلى المركز الأول. يتبعهم في المركز الثاني نشاهد الجواد هيدالغو دي كروات متواجد الآن، وأيضا بيكر دي سولاري. صدارة خماسية في هذه الأثناء بين بيكر دي سولاري، هيدالغو دي كروات، باهي، AGS مداوي، أمبادور، ديبوزول. سادس المراكز الآن نشاهدها من قبل ناحية السياج. لدينا الجواد اللي هو بحر الجسرة متواجد الآن في المركز السادس. تابعا من الجهة الخارجية أشاهد التقدم لسان عامر لخالد محمد الحرمي. من الجهة الخارجية أيضا تقدم لصياد لأستاذ مربط الغزالي يتواجد الآن في المركز الثامن. المحاولة في المركز التاسع مع الجواد الحفار لأحمد حسن الجهني. يتبعهم هيدالغو دي كروات الذي يعود بالمركز تماما عكس ما هو المتوقع. خلفهم تماما يتبعهم شعلان لأستاذ مربط الغزالي وأيضا جسك الموري متأخر تماما. عودة للصدارة وعودة للمركز الأول. بيكر دي سولاري متواجد في وضع جيد الآن على المركز الأول وعلى الصدارة. اي جي اس مداوي يبدأ بالاندفاع الآن في المركز الثاني وأيضا سن عامر في وضع رائع الآن للسيد خالد محمد الحرمي. تراجع تماما الآن لأمبادور دي بازول. التقدم الآن يأتينا من وسط الجهاد لشعلان وأيضا أشاهد التقدم من الباقية. الخط المستقيم الآن باتجاه خط نهاية. الصدارة والمركز الأول الآن مع الجواد اللي هو سن عامر على المركز الأول وعلى الصدارة. يخطف المركز الأول القادم نجسك الموري في محاولة قوية ولكن راح سن عامر على المركز الأول. اي جي اس مداوي في محاولة وأيضا نجسك الموري ولكن الصدارة والمركز الأول سن عامر. خالد محمد الحرمي على المركز الأول وعلى الصدارة. المركز الثاني نجسك الموري أو المركز الثالث لبوكانيرو. رابعا يأتينا الجواد اللي هو اي جي اس مداوي.
Right, the light has gone. The lights are very much on. These are the highlights of the race that has just taken place. It was a dramatic race, Abdul. There was obviously the reigning champion who just had too much to do from way out the back. We thought that would happen. It did.
Yeah, it's an amazing day, actually. 7 down, 1 more to go. I believe it's the 8th racing for tonight. And everyone is exciting to be part of this last race for tonight, I believe. And especially we have the kids there. They are enjoying the trophy. Their father just won 3 times.
Is that's Badr's kids,
yes,
is it?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm very jealous, by the way. I would like to get my hands on a trophy as well. And now this young man has 3 trophies to himself.
Yeah,
4 trophies, in fact. There are 4 trophies.
Let's do a small interview, you know. They deserve it to be champions.
Absolutely.
تعالوا في النص. تعالوا. الشعورك كنت ماخذ 3 كؤوس. تعال في النص. يا ها شعورك؟
ولا شيء.
ليش ولا شيء؟ لا قول انك مستانس. He said nothing.
No, I can't.
He doesn't need to say anything because
$1,000, you know.
This says everything.
For tonight. تعال.
This is everything that they need to say.
So this.
مستانس واجد والحمد لله على الفوز.
زين بتعطينا واحد عادي يا اخي والله كريم. He said he will give us 1 to go to the home by this trophy. Shall we steal it?
Can you ask him, does he have enough room at home for these? Is there
مساحة
enough
كافية
space
في
for all the
الغرفة؟
trophies?
عندك مساحة كافية في الغرفة حق الكؤوس الحلوة ولا خلاص؟ عندك ها؟ بس تعطينا واحد.
This is only night 1. He's got the rest of the week to fill as well.
We have a 4. ما شاء الله بدر الله يوفقك.
This is as successful as I've ever felt in my career. I've never been given one of these before.
What I believe, guys, when the kids see their parents doing this thing, I believe they will reflect to the kids to be champions in the future.
Yeah. Very happy family of Badr Balushi with 3 winners tonight.
Yeah, 3 winners
tonight. If you travel, which airlines you are going to use?
I like what he did there.
Yeah,
you see that?
It's almost like we were told to talk about Qatar Airways.
It's almost as if he's trying to ask whether or not there is anyone else I would ever fly but Qatar Airways, which is obviously the answer. The world's best business lounge.
Exactly.
Do you know that? The world's best business lounge belongs to Qatar Airways. A very proud sponsor for us this week, of course, and a wonderful contributor and partner to not just this weekend, but to Arabian horse equestrian sports as well.
Am I allowed to indulge in the fact that I flew out in Q Suite?
Nice.
I've never known anything like it.
Yeah.
You will take it?
I thought this was our gift to take home.
Yeah, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And
Martin, we're going to give him later on. We're going to see someone who will...
And because you fly Q Suite, there's space to take this home, by the way.
Exactly. This will just go in the little cubby hole next to me. Right, I just want, again, you guys are... What can people expect later? Is it immediately after the last race so people don't go anywhere?
Yes, do not leave after the last race. Just moments after the last race, we are going to have, fire, drones, lasers, smoke, the entire works.
Amazing. And I will say it in Arabic. سادة الحضور لا تفوتوا المتعة والفرجة الجميلة اللي راح يصير إن شاء الله في ختام هذه الأمسية. ألعاب نارية، درون، وكذلك راح يكون عرض جميل. الإدارة مجهزت لكم مفاجآت جميلة بصراحة، وصدقوني راح يكون هالثلاث أيام أحلى 3 أيام تعيشون بصراحة المتعة والإثارة with the fireworks and the laser and the drone show, many things I believe. Show
on top of 8 races today, we then still get all of that entertainment in the end of the afternoon into the evening as well. And this is just day 1, gentlemen.
Wow.
This is just day 1.
10 races tomorrow. We've got one more race to come. It is the Thoroughbred Sand Championships. We'll take that in very soon. Bada, thank you.
Cheers, Tom. I will take it to my room. شكرا على خير.
Somewhere new, show me burgundy sunset sky. Let's fly. One of every feather, one of every hue, traveling together, taking in view. I'd wait for you forever, no one can deny how it feels.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
And so we move on to the 8th and final race of the evening. Race 8 is the Thoroughbred Sand Championship. It's run over 1,700 metres, or a mile and a 16th on the dirt. This race restricted to horses owned by Qatari subjects only. And we have a full field of 14 runners to go to post. Therefore, we do not need the 2 reserves. We scratch the 15, Venegard, and the 16, Shakur. Scratch the reserves, 15 and 16. There are no further changes to the field for race 8, the Thoroughbred Sand Championship. Post time for this race is at 6:55, 9 minutes.
Right, that is Sesdalen, who's gone out already. So early out under Stefan Lajaj will come out of stall number 14. He's an 8-year-old son of See the Stars, has tried the dirt. Ran okay, and is having another go on this surface. Sesdalen will pick up the rest of the runners in the saddling area soon enough, but Sesdalen number 8.
إذن السادة الحضور والآن مع الشوط الأخير المرتقب والحماس والأثارة في هذا الشوط اللي الكل ناطره أكيد مع الجواد الثامن، وهو يعتبر أول المشاركين في هذه الجولة. أكاونت المدرب عويضة سالم الهاجري، والمالك السيد خليفة حسن مبارك المالكي الجهني، والخيال البرتوسنا.
Yeah, number 1 is Account, coming out of stall number 13 here. Accounts, and must have a leading chance. Had a good season, won 4 times. Draw not ideal, but a good horse on his day.
والآن مع الجواد الثاني الشامان المالك السيد أحمد حسن المالكي الجهني، المدرب أحمد الجهني، والخيال توم ماركدن.
That is horse number 2, who we've discussed, Al Shaman. Tom Marquand riding for Ahmed Al Hajani will come out of stall number 4. And behind should hopefully be horse 3 of this nice full field we've got. 3 is Seikona for Mirko Sana and Debbie Mountain Trains. We'll come to that horse soon enough, as we had a shot there of Sabusa Sasgawa. There is the grey, the son of El Kabir, number 3.
والآن مع الجواد الثالث كاي كونها المالك المهندس حسن علي، عبد الملك المدربة ديبور مونتن، والخيال ميركوسنا.
4 is Cloak and Dagger. Lucas de Lozier taking the rider, come out of stall number 10. He's a son of Lope de Vega, and he's been pretty consistent on this surface, including with a win last time. Comfortable one too.
ومع الجواد الرابع كلوك اند داغر، المالك السيدة فاطمة بنت سلطان الدوسري، والمدرب محمد الغزالي، والخيال لوكاس.
Number 5 is Damir, who's the son of Elusive City, for Mohammed Khamis Al-Kabi. Jefferson Smith taking the ride, back on the dirt.
ومع الجواد الخامس ضمير، المالك السيد محمد خميس عيسى الكعبي، المدرب محمد خميس الكعبي، والخيال جيفرسون سميث.
Horse number 6 is Dika. He's a Knight of Thunder. We've talked about that horse a lot. And Thomas Lukaszek is already up on board. Was a winner here last time over the course and distance.
ومع الجواد السادس ديقار، المالك السيد محمد عبد الله عبد العزيز ناصر العطية، المدرب إبراهيم سعيد المالكي، والخيال توماس لوكاسك.
Yeah, competitive race this, the more I go through it. As we have number 7, Ends of the Earth for Jim Crowley, trained by Zuhair Mohsen. He's having a go on the dirt surface. Needs to improve on recent turf form.
ومع الجواد السابع End of the Earth. End of the Earth، المالك السيد خليفة بن شعيل بن خليفة الكوار، المدرب زهير محسن، والخيال جيم كرولي.
Of course, we see number 8, Hesdalan. This is Caracool for Shepan Mazieu. He's switching surfaces. Still a young horse who should have a bit of upside, ran well last time.
ومع الجواد التاسع كاراكول، المالك السادة مربط الجريان، المدرب محمد حمد خليفة العطية، والخيال شتيبان مازور.
We saw Suba Sasagor, the South Korean rider, moments ago. Come out of stall number 1 on 10, Local Law for Hamad Al-Jahani. He's switching back to the dirt off the back of a couple of runs on turf.
ومع الجواد العاشر لوكال لو، المالك السيد سيف بن راشد، سيف آل سيف الخياري، المدرب حمد الجهني، والخيال توساباسا.
Making their way out then towards the start, Mystical Music lines up for Maxime Guillon. He's well drawn in 2 for Gassim Ghazali.
ومع الجواد الحادي عشر مستيكال ميوزك، المالك السيد ناصر سعيد محمد سعيد العيدة، المدرب جاسم الغزالي، والخيال مكسيم قوين.
There behind is number 12, last year's winner for Abdul Al-Mullah. Won it last year as a 4-year-old, still a young horse. Ivan Rossi takes the ride, knows the horse very well.
مع الجواد الثاني عشر نوفا لاري، المالك السادة نبراس ريسينج، وكذلك المدرب عبد الله الملا، والخيال إيفان روسي.
Won it last year by 5.5 lengths as well. And he's rated 98. Rated 97 is Return to Senders. That is Return to Senders there. Marco Casemiro just on the... There he is, just on the left. And, yeah, he lines up having had a good run back here at the back end of last year. Hasn't necessarily built on that since.
ومع الجواد الثالث عشر Return to Senders، المالك السيد ناصر سعيد محمد سعيد العيدة، المدرب جاسم الغزالي، والخيال ماركو.
And 14 will complete the line. That's Sharood. Really interesting horse for Fala Bouganem. And lawyer Fatima Rashid Al-Anami, trained by Hamad Al-Jahani. Sharood there in shot, who's had a really progressive season across both surfaces. Sprinting last time can be ignored. This trip is probably more suitable. Sharood.
ومع الجواد الأخير لهذا الشوط الثامن والأخير، مسافة 1700 متر رملي، شرود، المالك المحامية فاطمة راشد عبد الله النعيمي، المدرب حمد الجهني، والفارس فالح بوغنيم.
Don't forget, you can see His Highness the Amir Sword, the feature race for the purebred Arabians. $2.5 million on the line for the winner of that, and the preceding race for the thoroughbreds, His Highness the Amir Trophy, with a hugely international turnout for that. The sword itself features last year's winner up against really the most progressive horse around the world subsequently. It's not by no means a match, that contest. But it's been billed as a bit of a match between the established champion and the new kid on the block. And that's going to be a really exciting race, as will the preceding race, His Highness the Amir Trophy for the thoroughbreds. with 3 Japanese raiders, including last year's winner from Hong Kong, and the Irish well represented in that, the UAE, the Brits. Really international day on Saturday. So, they are down at the starts for our 8th and final contest. This is the Thoroughbred Sand Championship. Mark, over to you.
Thanks, Tom. And a reminder, we also race here tomorrow evening for the second day of His Highness the Amir's Sword Festival, and that will be on the turf, and that will be a 10-race card. Once again, the local post time of 3 o'clock. You're taking a look there at Tom Marquand. He's on the 8 times winner Al Shaman, who is a son of Warfront, and will be representing trainer Ahmed Al-Jahani. Account walking through the shot. 4 wins on dirt this season. He has been one of the stars of the season so far. His biggest win coming last time out when he took the Lisha Cup at Al Uqda, and he is drawn 13. So once again, another horse who has the credentials on paper to win a race like this, but he's up against it given his draw. But no horse has made a bigger impression so far this season on the dirt than Account. Here's the reigning champion. That is Nuvolari for Abdullah Al-Mullah. Ivan Rossi aboard. Nuvolari, who's won 4 of his 15 career starts. He's only raced twice on the dirt so far, and he won this race on his dirt debut. So it can be done, winning one of the big races without previous experience. He finished behind another of today's runners, Key Connor, in his prep run, but he had to overcome a terrible trip that day. Here's number 7. This is Ends of the Earth, who is trying to win this race on his dirt debut, as Nuvolari did last year. He does have winning form on an artificial surface. It came in France. He's won twice already on the all-weather in France, where he was trained by Henri-Alex Pontal. Both his wins came on the all-weather at Chantilly. He won his debut over 1,900 metres. He dropped down to 1,600 metres when winning a handicap. He was 2 for 3 when he ran on the all-weather in France. He's taking a bit of a grade drop here, having run in pretty high-quality races on the turf since he's come here to this part of the world. And Jim Crowley is aboard him for the very first time today. Here's Amir going forward with Jefferson Smith. Goes into stall number 8. Next to go forward, the white and maroon stars of Karakul, bidding to give Stepan Mazur and Mohamed Attaya a double on the card. This is Key Connor, who has some form over many of his rivals in tonight's race. In the yellow with the maroon stripe, Key Connor, who's won 5 of his 14 career starts. All his wins have been on dirt, and 3 for 5 so far this season. Going forward with the red cap is Return to Senders, 4th in the Dukan Sprint last year. Down to the last couple to load. Hesdalen, who went to the start early, still out of line. The reigning champion, Nuvolari, is out of line. Nuvolari moving onto the grid. He moves into place 3. Hesdalen goes into 14 on the wide outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. In the Thoroughbred Sand Championship, it was a bad beginning for Key Connor, who is at the back of the field and trails them. Sent around the outside, Account is right up there, and so too is Karakul. Nuvolari right up against the inside rail. Hesdalen around the outside. Account from stall 13 has got the lead. Karakul in second, Hesdalen in third. Nuvolari angled out away from kickback in 4th. Racing into 5th, Ends of the Earth. In 6th to the inside is Al Shaman. Al Shaman is then being followed as they go into the back stretch by on the outside. That is Sharud. Sharud, who's now just been overtaken out wide by Dikar. Towards the inside, being ridden along now. Pushed along is Local Law as they race on down towards the halfway point. And it's Account and Alberto Sanna who have got the lead over Hesdalen and Stefan Lajad racing in second position. To the inside rail, it's Karakul who just has third. Alongside is New Nuvolari. Nuvolari is followed into the turn by Al Shayman. After Al Shayman is Key Connor, who's made up a lot of ground after that bad start. Ends of the Earth is on the hills, the leading group. Mystical Music just in behind them. Then towards the inside is Local Law. Local Law followed by Dakar. Then towards the outside is Amir. As they begin to make the turn in, Account still has the lead. Account by 2 lengths. Kicking to the inside. Al Shayman gives chase now in second. Caracol is in third. Nuvolari is checked out. Down towards the final 100 metres. Account has got the lead with one last late lunge. Al Shayman down the wide outside, and Al Shayman takes the championship. Account in second. Local Law in third. Followed on by Caracol, and then down the wide outside, Mystical Music, who could never get involved. A 9th career win for the son of Warfront Al Shayman, trained by Ahmed Al Jahani and ridden by Tom Marquand, have run down the brave front runner by Account into second place. Al Shayman, the winner of the Thoroughbred Sand Championship, continuing his tremendous strike rate, now 9 wins and 9 places from 47 starts, and his 3rd win on dirt, his 2nd here over course and distance. Tom Marquand aboard him for the very first time. He eventually pegged back Account, who has run a mighty race from stall 13. He won a 5-way battle to get the lead, but just that effort for Account, who has been one of the stars of the season so far, possibly just too much of the gas used too soon, and Al Shayman has run him down, and they have pulled a long way clear of Local Law back in 3rd place, unofficially 2, 1 and 10.
Al Shayman then winning our 8th and final contest for Tom Marquand, one of the very best around, out here riding this 10-year-old son of Warfront. Ever so consistent, as Mark said. And Tom making his way back towards me. We'll get the winning grooms to go and collect the horse if you can, thank you. And then we'll do a few spins with Tom. Well done, Tom. Give us a turn in front of us here and we'll see what Tom made of that. Tom, well done. It seemed you were in a nice early position.
Yeah, look, we didn't really have any plan for him going out. It was just, I was told he was in good order, and that he was. He travelled around beautifully, and I think he had to be tough to go and run down the leader, but he's done it pretty well in the end, to be fair to him.
Yeah, we'll turn around here. And you obviously enjoy it out here. You know, you don't have a huge amount of rides out here, but you've ridden a winner every time you've been here.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic place. I obviously really enjoy getting out, like you say, and sadly due to sort of other commitments around the world, it sort of knocked me out of a few days here. But yeah, look, it's always a pleasure to be there, and even better when you're odd winners.
Good luck the next few days. Cheers, Tom. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to hang around. There is a lot of entertainment still to come in just a few moments' time. We have some wonderful visuals to show you, from fire and drones and lights and lasers, all to come in a few moments' time. Before we get to the entertainment, before we get to the after-party show, let's welcome in our final winner of day 1 at His Highness's the Amir Sword Festival from race number 8. The winner, horse number 2.
So Marquand is going to hop off then. It is great to have someone of Tom's caliber here, riding out in Qatar. As I say, he's ridden a winner every time he has been here, just the one last year. And he does have plenty of commitments around the world. He's been in Japan, of course, with his wife, Holly Doyle. Great success in Australia when he's been out there. Spent a long time out there a few seasons ago. And he's been riding in Dubai recently, in the colours of Sheikh Ahmed, for Michael Costa, with success out there. And now carrying the colours of the owner, Mr. Ahmed Hassan Al-Maki Al-Jahani. He is back in the Qatar winners enclosure, this 10-year-old son of Warfront. Great to have a horse of double digits winning as well. It's not always the case that they retain such enthusiasm for the game, but this horse has. And look, he's nice and chilled, isn't he? He walked around the winners enclosure very calmly. And Al-Shaman successful for Amir Al-Jahani and Tom Marquand.
Here is the full result of race 8, the Thoroughbred Stand Championship over 1,700 metres on dirt. First, number 2, Al Shaman, ridden by Tom Marquand. Second, number 1, Account. Third, number 10, Local Law. Fourth, number 9, Caracol. And the fifth horse was number 11, Mystical Music. 2, 1, 10 and 9, the numbers, the runtime 1:47.22 seconds. 1:47.22 seconds. Race 8 is now official.
Yeah, and that time the quickest of the night over the distance. As you would expect, given the nature of the race, the Thoroughbreds will be quicker than the purebred Arabians. And the best quality of the Thoroughbred races on the night. One consistent theme we've seen through the night, as we sort of expected on this surface, is that being in a prominent position was always important, going the shortest way around, and then being able to switch out when you hit that straight and make your challenge just on the quarters of the leader. And that's by and large what Tom did there, in a nice position on a pretty straightforward horse. Long-time leader Alberto Sanna looking through his legs, couldn't quite pull off the front-running ride, and Tom Marquand delivers the winner, Al Shaman, perfectly. The response wasn't immediate, but I think he was well on top at the line.
And as we bid farewell to the 8th and final race of the night, we once again encourage you to stay put, stay right here for some entertainment that still comes your way. Drone shows, laser shows, a fire show as well, all coming up in just a few moments' time after we present the final winners of the 8th race here tonight. Still just the opening night of this week's entertainment of His Highness's the Amir Sword Festival. A lot of racing still to come tomorrow, and of course on Saturday as well, with the 2 major races, the 2 big events to look forward to as we expect major competition for His Highness's the Amir Trophy and His Highness's the Amir Sword, all to come on Saturday. But for now, we wait for our 8th race winner to make his way onto the podium, onto the presentation, as we award our final trophy of the evening. And we once again say congratulations to a very, very strong performance to close out the night in race 8 from the 10-year-old babe, ridden by Tom Marquand from Al Shaman, as we get ready for the presentation of the 8th and final race.
Mark, we do indeed another family affair for this success, which is great to see. A huge family operation out here with Qatari Racing, and another family has taken it. We'll come to that with the Al-Jahani family making the presentation. Ahmad bin Abdul Rahman Al Attiyah, who is the vice chairman of the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club. Our thanks to him for presenting these 3 awards. First of all, to the winning rider, Tom Marquand. All smiles for Tom, his first success out here this season, his first day riding out here. And now the winning trainer of Al Shaman, please welcome Ahmed Al-Jahani. Well done to Ahmed. And we'll welcome up the winning owners. As I said, a real family affair for this success with 10-year-old Al Shaman. Please welcome Mr. Hamed Ahmed Hassan Al-Maki Al-Jahani. Well done to all involved. And they'll remember this day, the final race of the Sand Championships. The Thoroughbred Stand Championship has gone to horse number 2, Al Shaman.
ميوزك والجهات جاهزة. زيروف تنطلق البطولة الرملية للخيل المهجنة الأصيلة على مسافة 1700 متر. انطلاقة سريعة للغاية نشاهدها من قبل 6 أو 5 جياد. نوفولاري، أكاونت، هيسدالين، وأيضا شعار الجريان هذه المرة مع كاراكول. إذن الصدارة الآن مع المركز الأول مع الجواد أكاونت على المركز الأول وعلى الصدارة. المتابعة في المركز الثاني من قبل الجواد كاراكول على ثاني المراكز. ثالث المراكز يأتينا هيسدالين بوضع جيد على المركز الثالث. رابعا الفائز بهذا السباق العام الماضي الجواد اللي هو نوفولاري يتقدم الآن في المركز الرابع. خامس المراكز يأتينا اندز اوف ايرث يبدأ بالتواجد الآن اللي هي السيد خليفة بن شعيل الكواري في المركز الخامس. سادس المراكز الآن يتواجد الجواد اللي هو يبدو لي انه كلوك اند داجر لفاطمه بنت سلطان الدوسري. سابع المراكز من الجهه الداخليه شعار حمد الجهني مع الشامان يتواجد بقياده الخيال توم ماركوند. عوده للصداره وعوده للمركز الاول. الصداره لا تزال الان في هذه الاثناء مع اكاونت اللي خليفه حسن الجهني على المركز الأول. المتابعة لهيسدالين في المركز الثاني. نوفولاري في وضع جيد في المركز الثالث، بينما كاي كونا يحاول التقدم في المركز الرابع، ولكن الصدارة لا تزال والمركز الأول لا يزال مع أكاونت على المركز الأول وعلى الصدارة. الخط المستقيم الآن باتجاه خط نهاية. الصدارة مع أكاونت في المركز الأول وفي الصدارة. المحاولة تأتينا من قبل الشامان على المركز الثاني في محاولة قوية، وأيضا المحاولة من الجهة الخارجية لكاراكول، ولكن أكاونت على المركز الأول. الشامان في محاولة قوية، الشامان يحاول بكل قوة. أكاونت والشامان على المركز الأول. الشامان إلى الصدارة وإلى المركز الأول. أكاونت في المركز الثاني. المركز الثالث يبدو لي أن
إذن سادة الحضور نبارك للمالك السيد أحمد حسن المالك الجهني والمدرب أحمد الجهني وكذلك توم على هذا الإنجاز الجميل. الحديث أكثر ينضم إلي المدرب العزيز حمد الجهني. ألف مبروك يا حمد، تستاهل، فوز مستحق، ودائما ما يقول لك ختامها مسك، وكان الختام معك.
الحمد لله رب العالمين. أعتقد يمكن الجواد الشامان واحد من الخيل صراحة اللي قدمت أداء مميز صراحة خلال الموسم. ممكن أن ما قد شفناه صراحة على الأرضية الرملية خلال الموسم هذا، لكن كان عندنا يعني يقين أن الحصان عنده مستوى يقدر يقدمه على الأرضية الرملية. توم ماركوند واحد من الخيال الغنيين عن التعريف صراحة في مضامير العالمية. الخيال متمكن، قدر يوصل الحصان بطريقة جدا ممتازة، قدر يحصل على شوط صراحة صعب خلف أو من فم الأسد من الجواد اللي هو أكاونت. حصان مميز صراحة الموسم هذا. قدرنا نحصل على شوط في نهاية اليوم. نتمنى إن شاء الله التوفيق للملاك اللي عندي إن شاء الله في اليومين الباقية. الشباب استمتعوا صراحة، الفريق كلها يعني شو أقول لك سعيد بالإنجاز هذا. أتمنى أن نشوف الفريق إن شاء الله دائما في منصات التتويج.
الله يعطيك العافية حمد وموفق إن شاء الله. شو اسمك يا بطل؟
أحمد.
وش اسمك يا بطل؟
محمد.
أنت تعرف يا حمد وأحمد أن فيه اليوم ألعاب نارية راح تستانسون عليها أنتم أكثر منا إحنا يا كبار.
أوكي.
مستانس أنت اليوم بالفعاليات اللي راح تبتدي بعد شوي؟
إيه.
شنو متوقع يصير إن شاء الله اليوم؟
شراخيات.
شراخيات وبعد؟ درون. قولي درون.
طيارة على كاميرا.
الله عليك، يعطيك العافية حمد، الله يحفظهم لك. مشاهدينا الكاميرا تعال معاي. راح تبتدي الفعاليات المرتقبة، وهي تعتبر الفعاليات الأولى لهذا اليوم الجميل، وهو اليوم الأول من سيف سيدي صاحب السمو أمير البلاد المفدى الشيخ تميم بن حمد حفظه الله ورعاه. ودائما ما الإدارة تفكر وتحط الجمهور وتخليهم جزء من هذه الفعالية. توم، أتوقع أن الألعاب النارية والدرون وامور كثيره. Today we're gonna see surprise. I mean surprises today in the night.
that's what we're geared up for. I mean, the lights are flashing
Oh,
now.
this is us, this is us.
I want to point out, Badra Belushi, 3 winners. Lucas Delozier, 2. It's been a great day for them, great night for them. I think we're about ready to go for the show. What are we expecting?
If this isn't a signal to get moving, then here we go. A drone show, ladies and gentlemen, a laser show, and a fire show as well, all for your entertainment to enjoy tonight. Thank you for joining us today for the opening day of His Highness's the Amir Sword. Enjoy the entertainment.
أكيد. شكرا مارك، شكرا توم، شكرا لكم مشاهدينا. ولكن قبل الختام أتوقع أن أصوات الدرون بدأت تشتغل ومفاجآت راح تصير إن شاء الله بعد شوي. اللي قاعد في كراسيها ننصحه أنه يطلع قدام لأنه راح يشوف فعاليات لأول مرة. فرجة ممتعة مشاهدينا وحضورنا الكريم.
Good night.
Good night.